morning, everybody. Great to see everybody here this morning. I'm Lisa Davis. I'm the coordinator for the Young Farmer Program, for those who don't know me. And Mark Hoff is the outreach coordinator with the Young Farmers Program. So I guess we'll just dive right in. We have a few people online as well, so welcome to everybody online. Thank you for joining us here today. So before we begin, we'd like to acknowledge the territory in which this gathering place is taking place as a demonstration of respect for Indigenous peoples and their past and present contributions to the province of Newfoundland and Labrador. St. John's is home to a rich, diverse, and vibrant urban Indigenous community located on the ancestral and unceded territory of the Beothuk. The lands and waters in and around the city have traditionally served as a gathering place for the Mi'kmaq. The broader region of Newfoundland and Labrador continues to be home to diverse Indigenous peoples, including First Nations, Inuit, and Métis. We honor and pay respect to the past, present, and future caretakers of these territories. Okay, so NL Young Farmers is a nonprofit organization that works in association with the Newfoundland and Labrador Federation of Agriculture to support and nurture the success of young farmers age 18 to 40. In a profitable and sustainable agriculture sector across Newfoundland and Labrador. Since its establishment in 2003, NL Young Farmers has experienced significant growth of its membership and various initiatives to support young farmers. We now have approximately 160 members from all regions of the province, and we're excited to have some of you with us today.
Hi, good morning, everyone. So as many of you know, NL Young Farmers has a lot of resources and training and networking opportunities for our membership. So we encourage you to explore our website and keep an eye on our email newsletters that we send out just to keep updated on the upcoming events and whatnot. We're always trying to develop new programs and opportunities for our membership that, will help you develop as farmers. And for example, like today's Young Farmer Forum, I'm really pleased that you could all make it out to it. For example, our new Farmer Guide 3.0, that was published in July 2024. And that's available here in hard copy, and you can also find it on our website if you don't have a copy or haven't looked through it yet. And that was developed for current and future farmers to know which steps to take and what resources are available for you out there. And so we have a couple photos up here. On the top there, you'll see a photo of Matt Morey with Christian Davis. So over the summer, we started to shoot our new Farm Walk series, and that was taken during that shoot. We're going to be premiering that series later today, this afternoon, so we're really looking forward to that, and then we'll release those videos publicly on our YouTube channel, social media, and website. And on the bottom here, you see Jonathan Holloway. He's based in Lethbridge with Mosquito Cove Farm, and Jonathan is part of our mentorship program. So that program matches new farmers with experienced farmers, and you have it runs about a year, I guess, on average. So you're able to, the mentor and mentee are able to discuss the farm plan and whatnot, and move forward and check in with each other, do farm visits, things like that. So if you're interested in that, you should, there's some information on our website, or you can talk to Lisa and myself, and we could put your name on a list if you're interested in being a mentee potentially, or a mentor. All right. And here you see some photos from our recent leadership summit that took place in October in Deer Lake. That was a great event. So the theme for this year was the cost of farming. We had approximately 55 people attend and about 15 NL Young Farmers members. We had farmers from across Atlantic Canada on a Young Farmer panel, and government representatives and industry stakeholders came out for that. So we'll be hosting another leadership summit this October. I think we're planning to have that one in Clarenville this year. That'll be in collaboration with Agricare NL. So that's the mental health and safety program with the NLFA. And on that note, I'd like to invite Kylie Stokes. She's the coordinator for Agricare NL. She's just going to come up and talk about that program a little bit.
I'm just going to sit behind here.
Good morning. Thanks, Mark. That was a really awesome experience, that farm tour day. I learned a lot that day, and I think my favorite place was the dairy farm that we went to.
Yeah.
It was pretty amazing to see it all working out. But in case you don't know me, my name is Kylie Stokes. I've been with the NLFA for about a year now, and we are endeavoring to kind of facilitate a program here in Newfoundland and Labrador for mental health and safety for farmers. It's very important for me to always partner with industry groups such as NL Young Farmers, but especially in the case where I find that this group, being under 40, we have maybe a bit more literacy, maybe a bit more acceptance of mental health, and we can hopefully spread that and kind of break down some barriers and some stigma just from joining the industry from a perspective that's different about care. So in 2024, January last year, our program started, and we forged a partnership with some national bodies that have been doing research on farmer wellness and mental health. CCAW is one that I'd like to mention. So they're the Canadian Centre for Agricultural Wellbeing. And what they discovered in their research is that the existing programs and services that farmers can access, such as provincial crisis lines and public mental health services, they do not necessarily cater or operate under a model of informed care, informed by ag literacy, I should say. So really that means is that a lot of healthcare professionals right now don't really know how to speak to farmers or don't really understand the farming lifestyle enough to give them informed resources and suggestions. So most health professionals may not feel comfortable or even understand the lifestyle and the stresses that this population faces, which leaves gaps in service and people having bad experiences and never trying again. So that's where our program enters, hopefully. So what we want to do different, or what we want to offer that's different, is an ag-literate way of viewing mental health care. We need to work within the confines of the industry. We can't suggest people take, sabbaticals for weeks at a time, or hoping that if they just adopt some meditative practices that they might be able to overcome anxiety from trade wars and costs rising and things like that. Those tools are helpful, but coming from an ag-informed model, we want to provide something that's a bit more practical-minded and keeps in line with the goals of the farmer, which is to keep the business running and keep it running well. So when we did begin, we wanted to offer a few different services. The first one was our partnership with the 24/7 crisis line, which has now gone national. So in the beginning, it was just a few provinces that were participating. But now it's gone to be a national crisis line across Canada. I have the number on a few stickers out there at the front that I'll try to get to all of you guys before you leave, because I'd love you to share it. It's just a crisis line for farmers, so all of these counselors on the line that you call, they'll have some knowledge of what the farming lifestyle is. I took part in that training that they provide. It's a ag literacy training for counselors. It's about a full day training, and it's very basic literacy. So that the health professional and the client, the farmer, can kind of meet in the middle and understand each other, understand the way of life, and understand the demands. Part of that understanding is knowing that mental health resources for farmers include so many things, not just self-care, not just good medical care, but also good business management, good planning, good risk management, and a plan that you can feel comfortable with for your finances. So those are huge factors for farmer mental health. So with that in mind, the crisis line, we've also implemented some free online and in-person counseling for farmers. Right now we only have a few providers on the island, which we're trying to expand so we can have people in all areas be able to get in person. It's similar to an EAP program you might have had before at another job. But this one is just dedicated to farmers and there's no cost. So as long as you work in the ag industry in Newfoundland, you're eligible for those services. We also wanted to announce that we're soon launching our own website, which will have resources on it for farm safety and business management as well. And because we're not just about mental health, we're also about farm safety. So with that being said, we have an event that we want to promote coming up. It's a virtual webinar learning series. If you are interested, if you're able to weld and you're interested in retrofitting your tractor with rollover protection, we have a representative agriculture engineer named Jim Wasserman. He's running a national program that is a low-cost incentive program to upgrade existing tractors without rollover protection. So any tractor that was built before 1977, 1980, I think. This was before the law was in place in Canada that they had to have rollover protection on it. So anything older than that may be eligible. But if you're interested, we'll pass a link out through the NL Young Farmers, so make sure you're connected and following on your email, in case you want to learn a little bit more about that. That'll be on March 18th, by the way. So thank you for having me. I probably should get out of the way now and stop talking. But I really appreciate being here, and I'd love to meet with all of you and talk about your farms, your plans, your dreams. It's really exciting to hear about them, so thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. And I think in case Kylie didn't mention it, she has some of her information down on the front table there as you come in. And we're looking forward to working with you on our summit in October in Clarenville. Okay, so back to our summit that we had back in October. Here you'll see Dan Rubin from Food Producers Forum presenting to a young farmer member, Nathan Dennis, with a copy of his book, Sunseed and Soil, Tips and Techniques for a Northern Garden. Dan was our keynote speaker at our summit in October. And he spoke about the inspiring, or the benefits of community collaboration. And speaking of community collaboration, Young Farmers prides itself on collaborating with other organizations connected to the provincial agriculture industry. Here you'll see a photo of our information booth at the St. John's Farmer Market last summer. We regularly attend other community events, including NLFA's, Agriculture Expos, and Open Farm Day activities. Back in December, we released the first issue of Field Notes, there on the left-hand side of the screen. It features stories about our members, farm-to-table recipes, upcoming agriculture event listings, and quick farm facts. You can find hard copies here today on the front table there, and it's also available on our website. Our newest issue should be released shortly, like sometime in the next week or so. So NL Young Farmers is funded by the Sustainable Canadian Agricultural Partnership, Sustainable CAP, to support youth in the agriculture and agri-food industry. Sustainable CAP is a 5-year, $3.5 billion investment between the federal, provincial, and territorial governments to strengthen the competitiveness, innovation, and resiliency of Canada's agriculture, agri-food, and agri-based products sector. This includes $1 billion in federal programs and activities, and a $2.5 billion commitment that is cost-shared 60% federally and 40% provincially, territorially, for programs that are designed and delivered by provinces and territories. Sustainable CAP in Newfoundland and Labrador provides $229,000 annually to NL Young Farmers activities in the province. So let's move on to our next piece, which is Aaron Rogers. Aaron is the O'Brien Farm General Manager. And he is going to speak to us today about the history of O'Brien Farm and the incubator programs offered to farmers. Before joining O'Brien Farm, Aaron was the executive director of the Mississippi Agriculture and Forestry Museum and the agribusiness coordinator for the Mississippi Department of Agriculture, where he managed the statewide farm-to-school produce purchasing program with the Department of Education. His education is in agricultural, economics, and environmental studies, and he has published research on labor economics in the American blueberry industry. He spent 2 years as a U.S. Peace Corps volunteer working as an agricultural extension agent in the Fouta region of Senegal. In between his 2 academic degrees, he was a kayak guide in San Francisco, a bicycle guide in Paris, a greenhouse grower in Mississippi, and a general roustabout in South America. He and his wife, Catherine, have 2 girls, Isla and Phoebe, who love cuddling with their puppy. Let's welcome Aaron.
Funny walk down the
I
aisle.
had no idea.
All right. Let's see. Oh. Let's see. Perfect. All right. Hello, everybody. My name's Aaron again. And
Here, I'll take it.
we got,
Yeah.
thanks, Lisa. So, my background's in agricultural economics. And I always find that, like, I've given presentations in these types of settings before. And I find it really interesting just because the, like, general audience has such a giant, wide, and vast, like, degree of knowledge on the issues related to agriculture, right? A lot of folks are at these meetings and they're just like pretty brand new to things, and other people have been involved in it for 25, 30 years, you know. And so what I'm gonna do is just give like a really brief primer on my experience living here, from my ag econ background a little bit, with some bad math involved. And then I'll tell you about our programs that we do here and kind of, again, what we've built over the last couple of years. So I like to think of us as a modern farming ecosystem. This farm itself is 200 years old. O'Brien Farm, the O'Brien family farmed it for 4 generations. It was mostly a dairy of sorts. They had a lot of, they also kept horses for folks. They had like a small vegetable operation here. And the last 3 brothers that lived here was Allie, John, and Mike. They, you know, had kind of side jobs. They kept this place going. Allie worked at the botanical gardens. They were drivers. Allie only passed away in 2005, which is kind of wild, right? Because it's totally different kind of personality. Well known locally as a botanist. And he, in his will, he actually donated this space to kind of through jigs and reels in a lot of ways. But it ended up becoming provincial property with the understanding that it would stay in agriculture. So that's how we came across O'Brien Farm. I was hired on 5.5, 6 years ago. Anne-Marie actually worked here for a while as well. Got a lot of things going here. So, and we're building a farm incubator. So kind of the farm incubation process, in my opinion, is the business in between. So I like to consider this farm consumption, food production, and the business in between. So I think first and foremost, when we think about food, it's from the demand level, right? We think of it as consumers, what do we eat? And I think it's really important to make sure that we're defining the terms that we all use. We have this tendency, especially in the food world, to have like a whole bunch of terms and have totally different definitions between each of us, even within the same industry. So I don't think we're gonna solve this today by any means, but I do think it's really important to like know a handful of terms that so we're all kind of thinking about the same thing and on the same pages. And one, we kind of work together as we cluster our businesses and things like that. So when we talk about consumption, right, like what do we eat? We get food internationally. We get a lot of food internationally here. We get it nationally, right? Across all of Canada. Provincially, that's mostly what we'll be talking about in this, right? And then locally. Defining consumption locally is one of those things that there is really a whole variety of definitions when it comes to it, right? Again, what Tavish might think might be totally different from what Heather might think. on it. And there really isn't necessarily like a true definition. The other thing that I find interesting when it comes to consumption with this stuff, a lot of the locality is depending on the type of food that it is, right? So when we think about it for ourselves, how far are you willing to drive to go get something? For a bag of carrots, it might not be very far, right? For a whole side of beef, it might be really far. So, locally, I might go get a side of beef for, drive 5 hours. If it was something that I knew I wanted to get, again, I want to get something local. But driving 5 hours for a bag of carrots, some of us might say, well, that's not really local, that's more on the provincial side. So, again, these are the types of terms that we talk about a lot when it comes to consumption. Pattern of eating. This is one that I think is really important. Pattern of eating is how all of us eat as consumers, right? What we do. 3 meals a day, 4 meals a day. A lot of us don't realize it. We kind of eat 4 meals a day. When do we eat? How do we eat it? Do we eat it fast? Do we eat it standing up? Do we sit down? There's lots of different things. So pattern of eating, I think, is really important when you're looking at the demand, right? So what we're all trying to produce for our consumers, the demand out there is what is their pattern of eating? Food security, we hear this term all the time, right? Work with a lot of organizations that talk about food security. To me, it's this totally overwhelming blanket term that's used. And it's really kind of 3 different terms all rolled up into one. So one is availability. So whether or not the boats are running, right? That's a big one for us here on the island is it actually at any store where you can get food as consumers, right? Is it available? The things that we want available to us. Second one is affordability. So again, maybe it's available, but maybe it's way more expensive than the vast majority of us can pay for things, right? So those are 2 totally different things about whether or not it's here or whether or not I can afford it. And then the other one is nutrient quality. So we kind of lump all this one in too, right? So again, when I lived in West Africa, you can flood West Africa with low-grade rice. And so, there might be a lot of availability of food there, right? But is it of nutrient quality? Is it anything that's really moving the needle in terms of getting the nutrition that we generally need to make sure our brains function well and things like that? So a lot of those all get kind of lumped into that bigger picture food security question when it comes to consumption. And to me, it's a bit of a spectrum when you kind of look at that food security. So undernourishment, obviously people totally not get enough calories throughout the day. Essential calories, you're kind of right at that perfect point, right? You've got what you need. Hopefully they're nutrient dense. Then kind of cultural cuisine. Can you get the things that you like? And I think, again, on a local level, this is really, really important, right? Because we're a lot more nimble, try and get people the things that they like. And then overconsumption. It's a shockingly big problem in North America. We produce way more than we actually consume. We waste a lot of food. And a lot of us just eat too much as well, right? So the question that I have that I like to ask a lot of people, because we do a lot of field trips and stuff, is how much food do you eat? So does anyone have an idea about calories? You know how many calories you eat a day? Does anyone have any idea how many pounds of food you eat a day?
Many.
On average. Yeah? A month.
I eat 6,000 a day.
That's a lot. A year. Does anyone know how much food each and every one of us eat a year? All right. So it is again, I ask these questions a lot when I have field trips and stuff, and a lot of times the kids, they have a hard time kind of fathoming it. Parents, on the other hand, are overwhelmed, right? Learning about this kind of stuff, because you realize oh, okay, I got a household of 4 people that this is what we do a year, right? So a day, generally 2,000, 4,000 calories, except David. And we know that that's an average, right? So when we're working hard in the fields and stuff like that, and exercising all that, it can go up. Also, if you go and you go to Dairy Queen and you get a big old giant meal or something like that, there's a lot of calories in that. On average, we all eat about 2 to 4 meals a day. So again, it's actually a spectrum. it ends up being about 3 to 5 pounds of food per day, which is about 3/4 of your body weight every month, right? All of us, imagine up to about right here, down, take all the food, grind it all up, get all the air out of it and stuff like that, take the water weight out and push it in our bodies, which ends up being about 2,000 pounds per year in North America. That's how much, it's like just a little bit under 2,000 pounds a year of food consumption for every single one of us, right? So again, imagine like those 1,000-liter totes. One of those, right? Filled, take out all the air, all that. So everybody, you know, and let's put a whole bunch of those in this room for all the consumption that this room has right now. Not even think about like our families, other people in our households and stuff like that. So again, this is the food consumption that we've got. So this came home with my kids the other day. This is our food guidelines, right? I think these are great, but it's pretty rare that my plates look like this on a day-to-day basis. In the summertime, sometimes they do. But again, half of it's supposed to be fruit and vegetables, quarter protein, quarter grains, starches and stuff. So when we think about weights, again, I kind of like, as economists, I like a lot of comparisons and stuff. So 4 bananas weighs about a pound. 1.5 big chicken breasts weigh about a pound. 2 portions of pasta, like big portions of pasta, weigh about a pound. And 4 slices, I had to look this one up, 4 slices of Domino's pizza. So like cheap, thin, kind of greasy Domino's pizza weighs about a pound, right? So again, if we're at 3 to 5 pounds a day, so this would be more or less like on average, right? So if you ate 4 bananas, 1.5 chicken breasts, 2 big things of pasta, and 4 slices of pizza. And the reason I have to put in the pizza there is because our consumption is actually closer to this right here. We're about 1/4 of its empty calories. So if we said quarter, right? This is really generally a little bit more how we eat. We shouldn't, but this is kind of how we eat. So the Newfoundland population is about a little over 500,000 people, right? 545,000 people. About half of it's on the Avalon Peninsula here. So if you took that 2,000 pounds that we're all eating, right, every single year, and you extrapolated this out, right? Bad math. My economics professors would kill me right now for doing this kind of stuff. But if you extrapolate all this out, we end up with about 1.09 billion pounds of food consumed per year in Newfoundland and Labrador. So let's break that out quarter, right? Take that plate on the other side, cut off half of the fruit and vegetables, unfortunately, and throw in a couple donuts and a few pieces of pizza and beer and alcohol and things like that. There's a lot of calories in that, right? And so, so this is what we're at. Just in general, again, really rough estimations, bad extrapolations, bad math. About 272 million pounds of food consumed. Newfoundland and Labrador, right? Same thing with protein, grains, starches, and our empty calories. So keep that in mind. All right, let's go on the other side of things. So again, one side I do demand, right? The other side, supply. So production is supply. This is what you guys do, right? You guys grow stuff, raise stuff, things like that. Make production. So again, defining our terms of production. International, is it coming from Mexico? Is it coming from Peru? Is it coming from the States? Coming from Europe? National, obviously, stuff that grown in BC, grown in Ontario, moved over here. Provincial, is it coming from the other side of the island here? And local. Again, local production, that's the one in which there's kind of that question mark, right? What does that mean in terms of production? The thing that I find really interesting is our consumer brains in which buying stuff and our producer brains in which we're growing stuff. A lot of times we'll have 2 different definitions of when it comes to our food, right? Local food production may be one of those things where you think, oh man, if I get to sell like a whole bunch of stuff to Gander, that's great. Local food consumption may be, buying food from Gander might be a little too far for my, what I consider local. So again, defining those terms and understanding there's a spectrum of terminology there with some of this stuff. Food systems and food supply chains. So food systems are kind of that big interlocking right, system of all the things involved in the food, right? So, I had Lisa, I had a one piece of paper here. I promise I'll get to the stuff at O'Brien Farm too. So production, processing, distribution, consumption, waste, labor, policy, environment, power. Power is, I think, a really big one when we talk about food system. Huge definitions, right? All this overwhelming, lots and lots of things in there. Food supply chain, that is movement, right? That's how we get it from the field to the consumer. So again, just kind of understanding the differences there in the way we think about things. Gardening, homesteading, horticulture, agriculture, agronomy, agribusiness. Again, there's a big spectrum of things here, and a lot of times they all get lumped together, and I don't necessarily think that's fair, right? So these are kind of my personal definitions that I've used, because again, there's a lot of different definitions on these things. But gardening's growing stuff for yourself, for your friends, right? Homesteading, growing stuff for yourself, your friends, maybe selling a little bit, raising some animals with it. Horticulture, mostly growing specialty crops, fruits and vegetables, nursery crops, things like that. Agriculture, horticulture, as well as giant, big row cropping, grains, and animal agriculture. Agronomy, the science, just the science of soil and plant production. Agribusiness, the business of agriculture, right? So again, a lot of times all this stuff gets lumped in together. One of my favorite ag books was a fella, and he wrote one that said the difference between gardening and agriculture, gardening and farming. So gardening's growing stuff and eating it, farming's growing stuff and selling it, right? And again, for what we do here on the farm, I think we got to think about growing it and selling it. So keeping it really simple. Inputs, all the things that you need to make your farm work. Outputs, your yield, right? So yield's one of those things. We measure it in all these different ways. I tried to transfer everything to pounds. Sometimes we do it in kilos, sometimes kilos, sometimes it's really hard to kind of get all the measurements right, but they're all the outputs, they're all the things that are coming off your farm that hopefully you're selling. Externalities are things that we hear a lot about, but that's really unseen consequences, right? Things that may affect us, or things that we can affect that you can't necessarily put a defined price on right away, right? So trade war is a great one. What's that going to do to our farms here? We really don't know. That's an externality. That's something that none of us in here made happen, or anything like that, but it's going to affect what we do, right? Price of gas, that kind of thing. Something, somebody down in Houston made a decision, and that might affect what we do here. That's an externality that kind of affects us. It can go the other direction too. And then distribution, right? Distributions, again, the way that products and all that kind of stuff move out to the general public. Alternative agriculture, this one, I keep trying to figure out the best term, because there's so many, for more or less the idea that you do more things on your farm than just pure production, right? And this is, again, for my experience, my personal experience. And again, what we try and do here, I think, is really important. So you're looking at non-traditional crops, services, secondary processing, diversification, unique marketing, different entrepreneur strategies here. Again, for what we do on the farm, I've got a rental venue here. I have a wood shop, things like that. Again, using my space to do different types of activities. It all becomes kind of on-farm production in a lot of ways, right? So, all right, how much food do you produce? So, you guys know how much you do on a year-to-year basis? Matt, you got an idea? Live weight? Ballpark, right? This is a really, really difficult one. It's really hard to get these numbers, right? So I had to really scour all sorts of information. There's a lot of statisticians out there that really, really try and gather this information, and it's so hard to get it from people, right? Because in a lot of ways, especially in agriculture in this sector, it's the most difficult question that any kind of survey will ever put out there, or the one that's least answered. You know what that question is? What's your salary? How much money do you make, right? Of all salaries, when you ever ask, how much money do you make? People are like, nope, not going to answer that. Mind your own business. So it's very much the same thing on farm, right? People don't necessarily love to answer these questions. So again, I had to pull this from a lot of different places. This is kind of a mix of stuff. So we did in 2023 in Newfoundland, 10 million dozen eggs, 47 million liters of milk, 33 million pounds of chicken. That's processed. So again, that's rough because it's generally live weight. So I did 3/4 of live weight. 2.7 million pounds of field vegetables. Again, it was tough to get a lot of the information here, but this is kind of the big broad one. I couldn't find beef. I don't think it's a ton, but so now I did some bad math again, some really bad extrapolations. So this is that first column that we had, right, on our consumption. This is our production, so we kind of line it up. So we consume, say, 272 million pounds of food, of fruit and vegetables. We produce 2.7 million. That's 1% of the total fruit and vegetable consumption in Newfoundland is coming from Newfoundland, right? Which leaves how much, the percentage? 99%. So again, this is bad math. Please don't quote me on this or anything like that. But proteins, right? That big quarter column there that we had proteins. So 272 million pounds. If we look at what we had on that other side, milk, eggs, chicken, we do pretty good on this island. I included aquaculture here. I know that's kind of like a little bit in between. But and I estimated a little bit more because we've got certainly a nice small or decent, it's growing, sheep and lamb industry, a little bit of a beef industry and stuff like that. Again, not all of this by any means is consumed purely on the island, right? But a good portion of it is. It actually is pretty decent. So especially if you kind of include the aquaculture in there. So it ended up being about 140 million pounds. If you take the aquaculture out, it's certainly a lot less. Which would be 36% of our total Newfoundland protein consumption. So kind of shocking, right? I was happy about that. Again, you take the aquaculture out, it's 40% of that. So that still leaves, even by the highest estimate of production, that still leaves 64% where you can go. Grains, processed starches. So again, are potatoes considered fruits and vegetables? Are they considered starches? It kind of depends in a lot of ways. Typical economist answer. We produced 5 million pounds of potatoes in 2022. That would be 2%. Again, 98% left to go if we wanted to, right? Empty calories. Again, booze. We do make a decent little amount of booze, beer and stuff like that. It's mostly what it is on the island. So beer kind of falls in, sometimes it's considered an ag product. I don't know. If you added up all that, right? And you said, all right, we've got this is what we're doing here. It would equal about, on the highest end, I think, would be about 13% of Newfoundland food consumption would come from the island here. That's not bad. Again, if you took out aquaculture, it would go down to about 9%, right? I don't know how much of the aquaculture industry that's here on the island is actually being consumed on the island. Kind of like, the other fish products that we have. So there's a lot of room for growth. All that to say is that this is just a big, bad math answer to a lot of room for growth. So the business in between, right, where all that demand we had, all that consumption that we had, and all that supply that we had, that point right where those two lines meet, right, that's the business in between. And in 2023, there was $163 million in farm receipts coming from Newfoundland. Again, this is asking that question across the board. How much do you make? What is your salary? So I think there's a lot of room for error in all this kind of stuff. We're looking at about $7 million in field vegetables from StatsCan, $2 million in fruit, $25 million in eggs, $53 million in milk. Chicken, had a really hard time finding that answer on the internet. Same with aquaculture. But, again, there's, if that represents, say, 13% of total consumption, there's a lot of room for growth. There's 87% more room for growth on top of that number right there. All right, so what we try and do here at O'Brien Farm, right, is looking, much like Lisa, at trying to develop a lot of new entrants and helping new entrants get involved in farming. So the reason, the big question, kind of the why question, a lot of people, want to know this, and kind of this is the public answer, is between 2006 and 2017, Newfoundland had 350% more farm closures than the rest of Canada, right? So people shutting down farms here in about a 10-year span. The 36% of the ag workforce is 55% or higher. That's actually low compared to the rest of Canada. The average cost to start a farm in Ontario right now, average, I couldn't find anything for here, but to start one in Ontario was about $1 million. So demand for production is expected to increase for all ag sectors in NL. I think we all kind of know that, right? And so we've got the one of the last producing land grant farms. It's an old one. But one thing that I find with what we try and do here is, and the discussions that I've had, is that a lot of new entrants want to be entrepreneurs and they want new farm models, right? So they want to be their own business person, they want to be their own boss, and they want to have a model that might be different. And that's where I think, again, kind of understanding that idea of like that alternative agriculture and having as much experience with that as possible is important to what you do, right? I think in a lot of ways it can get you through the really rough patches. So we do this here at O'Brien Farm through our Newfound Farmers program, which is an agriculture incubation program, and then we have a multi-revenue generating modern farm ecosystem, like I said. So this is, again, working with new entrants that want to be involved in farming and getting them started here at the farm, and then trying to get everyone experience to understanding that, in a lot of these modern farm ecosystems, especially ones that are in and around cities, right? So our distribution is close. We're kind of thinking about that local farming kind of aspect of things. That having a multi-revenue generating ecosystem is important too, right? So getting people experience with the idea that there may be people walking around your property. Do you build trails or do you don't build trails? Maybe, you're kind of at a break-even point most of the year in your farming enterprises, but your corn maze crushes it, right? That's important. That kind of level of profitability is important, right? Because that's either how you reinvest in your own business or that's how you take a vacation every once in a while. And both of those things are really important to running businesses. So what we try and do with our program is give people food production experience, right? So again, just the idea of getting in there and getting into the ground. We know how, the barrier to entry there can be really high when it comes to actual, horticulture and agriculture, right? A lot of us come from gardening backgrounds. That's how we start on things. But going from gardening all the way up to actually, having access to rowing crops or putting in orchards or growing in bigger greenhouses and stuff like that is huge. It's this massive barrier. So what we try to do is break down that barrier. Food business experience, again, trying to give people experiences with having to go out and develop customer bases, having to figure out branding, figure out, the 5 P's of marketing, and using that without having too much risk involved, right? So that's one of the things that a lot of us, my personal background, I come from a farming background as well. We lost our farm. It wasn't because of the quality of production that we had. As you know, my dad was a really good grower. He's well known for doing all that. It's because he's a terrible businessman. That's why. He's just a really, really bad businessman. So that, again, I think is really important, is to try and continually work on the experience that you have and getting better at that business side of what you're doing. Building customer bases, this is really, really big one. Again, the vast majority of what we do here is on a local scale, right? So maybe provincially, in terms of our production and things like that, there's very little that's getting to a national level or an international level in terms of agricultural production here in Newfoundland. So trying to build your local customer base, right? And you got to take that slow and build it, and build those connections with people. Creating a business community, I think that's also incredibly important. So there's the idea in economics, it's called clustering, right? It's the reason why all the car manufacturing dealerships all were around like Cleveland and Windsor and Detroit and things like that, instead of spread out all over, thousands of miles apart. It's because a lot of times people can help each other in different industries, and people move in terms of labor from one kind of industry or stay within the same industry and go to another company and things like that, right? And there's an actual economic effect that shows improvement versus other systems like that. So the more you can connect with your community, with your ag community and things like that, doesn't mean that you guys all have to be in business together by any means, but the more that you can share ideas, share customers, share a few things here and there, and even in friendly competition, it's okay. It creates a better economic climate for everybody involved, right? And then with our program here, you get 5 years of business development and modeling. So again, trying to start out, this is the model, this is how I want to do things, and then going into let me try and rearrange it every year, make it better. So how am I doing on time? Am I
I
good?
think it was about 20 after 10 last I looked.
Oh, so I got
20 after 10?
10 minutes?
more minutes?
10 minutes, perfect. All right. So what we provide here is access to land. So our agribusiness model allows farmers to access a quarter to about 3 acres of agricultural production, right? I think for a lot of us, a quarter acre for market garden is a great starting point. Some of us could, or probably a lot of us could do more. But again, it's a matter of risk and how much, I always try and break it down to time, energy, and money, right? So how much time do you have to participate in it? How much physical energy do you have, right? Business development, working on weekends, working late at night, and then how much investment do you have that you can put into some of these things. Here at the farm, we have access to equipment, irrigation. I think irrigation going forward is going to be one of those very, very massive limiting factors when it comes to agriculture worldwide, right? How much water do you have access to, and how quickly can you get that water, right? I think climate change is going to really, really change the dynamics, and has already changed the dynamics. I see it where I'm from in the States. Massive. I know all the way up from down in California, all the way up to BC, you're seeing a significant difference. Rainfalls, like in terms of drought conditions, heavy rainfalls and things like that. I think it's fair to say we could probably expect it worldwide fairly soon. And so how are you going to manage water? And that's one of the biggest ones. So again, what we do here is we co-op, we've got a tractor, we've got a BCS, walk behind tractor, we have greenhouse spaces that people can use, some tools, and then certainly irrigation going forward. Affordability and mentorship, again, we try and cover the costs. So look within our program here, Newfound Farmers, O'Brien Farm Foundation covers about 90% of the actual cost of the incubation program. So, mentorship, unfortunately, you got to deal with me. And Phil Coates is kind of a crazy man, but he's really good at fixing stuff. All right, look at that kind of fun thing. So this is a timeline. This is how we do things here. But I developed this timeline with the idea that I think it takes about 5 years to really like have your feet well planted in an agricultural business, right, from scratch. And that's moving fast. That's a lot of success in there. So I think about year 1 and 2 is the idea of establishing your production model, what you're going to grow, how you're going to grow it, and just trying it out a couple times, right? So at least 2 seasons, at least. And then within that, starting to develop your business model and your customer base, right? So can you find a handful of people that want to buy your stuff? How are you selling your stuff? How are you distributing it? Really writing down as much as you can, taking as many notes and trying to find data points as you can, right? Biggest thing, in my opinion, when it comes to a lot of this stuff is taking your business model, taking your production model, writing it down, and just giving yourself a metric of sorts. Does this work well? Does it kind of work okay? Is it kind of failing? Is it a total failure, right? And then working through something like that. And then again, as much in that kind of first couple years, if you dive too far or too fast, head into like trying to find all the little tiny inefficiencies, you can get decision fatigue. And I've seen that a few times as well, right? Where everyone's trying to figure out every single little problem that exists, or saying like, oh, I can squeeze out this tiny little bit in the first couple seasons. There's too many variables for what we do in agronomy, right? To try and solve all those little inefficiencies in year 1 and 2. So try and develop your production models, develop your business models, build customer base. So that's what we do here. In year 3, we start thinking about kind of like maximizing our production and minimizing those inefficiencies. So that's when we kind of get into it like, okay, we can really make this better. I can use this space in a little bit better way. Getting into the shoulder seasons, that's, I think, a big one for vegetable production, fruit vegetable production. Develop brand recognition in your community, right? So again, that's that kind of marketing thing. Do your customers, do people that are friends with your customers know who you are when you walk through farmers market, when you walk around town and things like that? And they're like, oh yeah, that's the guy that, he's doing, growing those really delicious greenhouse tomatoes. I'd love to give those a try, right? That's that kind of like brand recognition that you really want to see. And again, you don't have to nail that year 1 or year 2. There's too much to do in terms of trying to develop a business and trying to develop your production style. So again, kind of start thinking about that in year 3 is, like who you are and what you're doing. So that's what we do. And then year 4 and 5 here, we look at our revenues. So again, we want to try and be above $15,000 in revenue by year 4 or 5. That's on a quarter acre of land. And then here we start the process of moving off O'Brien Farm into larger, more independent models, right? So sole proprietorships, cooperatives, things like that, having your own farm, which is the end goal for our program here. And certainly I think the vast majority of your end goals, if you don't already have one, is getting the piece of property that you want and building the farm that you want. So hard. And so the successes that we've had here, it's just a kind of few things, but we have 8 farm entrepreneurs, started since 2001. We currently still have 6 in the program, so a couple people have dropped out. That's not surprising at all. But in terms of revenue generation, so in 2.5 seasons, O'Brien Farm, all the farmers at O'Brien Farm have generated over $160,000 in revenues, right? So again, it's very doable. And because of that, we're starting another program this year. So if you know anyone that's interested, it's going to be called Gateway Gardens. So this is, instead of a 5-year jumping in full style, I want to create a farm. I know people in this room are certainly probably all of you are at that level, if not the majority of you. This one is more for people that want to kind of dip their toe in a little bit more. So it will be it's a 1-year program with access to smaller plots and a lot more prescriptive style farming. So we've got some rows, and we're gonna say like, okay, this is gonna be, just this variety of zucchini is what we're gonna try here. Just this variety of peas and things like that. And then people will be able to kind of do their own things on smaller plots. So if you know anybody that is interested in things like that, I have both of these programs available to anyone that wants to be involved. And, oh, look at that little thing that popped up. Our goal, again, there's 240,000 potential customers here on the Avalon. We want to encourage public and private usage of our farm and demonstrate a better food supply chain. There. So, and there's this little thing that I like to say, farming creates food and jobs create culture creates art and enjoyment. So we try and, at the end of the day, I want to get to that art and enjoyment phase. And I think that's one way to do it. There's a little picture of some of the farms we got up. There's 6 of those kind of plots like that in and around our property here. All right, thank you very much. If you guys have any questions, feel free. Pull me aside. I've got business cards if you'd like. And I'll be here all day. My office is just right over there in the cottage. We'll have lunch over there and things like that. So I'll be around, but anytime that you want to stop by just for a chat, if I got time, I'd love to show you around.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Sorry to interrupt all the terrific conversations taking place. It's great to see that. So we're going to move on to our next speaker, Anne-Marie Whalen. She's an Industry Development Officer with the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture, and her session is going to be about farm business planning and effective proposal writing. Anne-Marie assists farmers of the eastern region of the province and works out of the Provincial Agriculture Building on Brookfield Road in St. John's. Growing up on a farm in St. Mary's Bay, led her to continue studies in that area, where she obtained her Bachelor of Science degree in Agriculture from Dalhousie Faculty of Agriculture. Anne-Marie has an extensive background and experience in many sectors of the agriculture industry, having worked for several provincial agriculture organizations and commodity boards throughout her career. In 2021, she began work with the department. In her role, she assists new and existing farmers with developing business plans and providing funding proposals. She informs clients about agriculture business opportunities and provides guidance in matching projects with appropriate funding sources. Anne-Marie meets with farmers to discuss their business and financial records and evaluates proposals for the economic operation of their farm business. This includes an analysis of the farm operation with respect to the physical, financial, production, human resources, marketing procedures, and management abilities. She also delivers training in farm business management through workshops and seminars, and provides advisory services to enhance industry economic growth in the province. So could we please welcome Anne-Marie? Thank you.
Thank you very much for inviting me here today. So I'm glad to get out and meet everybody and to tell you a little bit more about some information with the department and to help you develop your farms and your farm business. So the first presentation I'm going to discuss on writing a farm business plan. And that's an important part for you to do as part of your farm business, is to write a plan. Okay, so what is a business plan? So a business plan is basically a management tool, and it's a document to help describe your business goals, objectives, and opportunities. It helps describe what you want to do and how you want to get there. First, there's an overall idea. Talk about the product, the production plan, and there's a marketing plan within it. There's a human resources plan, a financial plan, and a risk management plan. So your business plan becomes this document that is many plans within a plan, but that's what farm business is. So why write a plan on paper? So it's important to put things down and write it down so that instead of trying to keep everything in your head. And if you put it on paper, then you have something you can go back and review over time to see how you're working with your goals. So everyone needs a roadmap. And this is why writing it down, it helps get you to a desired destination. It's constructing a new building requires a plan. So does your business. So what could happen if you invested time and money without having a plan? So if you're going to build a new barn, you have a plan. If you're going to grow a new crop, you got to have a plan. So this is the same with a farm. You need to have a plan. So why plan at all? So a business plan has valuable information to help with your decision making for yourself and for everyone involved. So you can see it on paper, how we're getting to where we want to go. It helps connect goals with planned activities and timelines. It designates the role of various people that are going to help with getting this plan developed. It measures the performance of your business, because that's the kind of thing you want to see measurements on how much, you talked about how much potatoes did you grow last year, and you'd ask people, do you know? Well, with a plan, it helps you focus and keep those numbers in place. And it's an excellent communication tool for lending agencies, accountants, shareholders, and funding programs. So if you've worked with any funding programs, they ask you, do you have a business plan? Or you need a business plan to apply for this. It's one of those documents that, especially as a farmer or a young farmer, that at least with a business plan, it kind of gives proof of what you want to do and how you want to get there. And then you can give it to anybody, and they can sit down and read about your plan, what you want to do, and can see your vision. Some other important points to remember, a viable business requires more than just money and a dream. A business plan is a physical document you produce to present your business idea to others, to the funding agencies, to the shareholders, to any other partners. A business plan helps you discover any pitfalls, opportunities before they happen. And before investing, if it doesn't work on paper, it probably won't work. So if financially it doesn't work on paper, but the same thing will happen, basically, if you do start that business or operation, and you probably will not work in the end. So it does mean give it up, does not mean give up, but it means to rethink what you want to do. How many people have business plans here? That's good. That's good. So I have brought some documents there too to give out if you're interested, if anyone's new or interested in starting a business plan. I have some information there. We can talk about it later as well. Give out. So what is a plan used for? It is a planning guide for marketing, production, finance, and your human resources. It's proof of your skills, of who is involved and who is involved with the business. It is a guide that shows how the business will operate. It is a communications tool, a written document. It shows the costs, calculations, and financial planning involved with your firm. And it can be used also for estate planning, for longer term. It assesses your strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. And like I said, it's a written document. It's basically just a written on paper, and you keep it as something you refer back to. It's a clear explanation of what you want to do, and it is your plan, and you need to know what is in the plan, even if somebody else writes it. Doesn't mean you have to write it, but you have to know what's involved with that plan, because you're the one that's going to use it to deliver to the funding agencies or other investors. It helps others to understand and review and evaluate what you want to do. It saves work, because it's just one plan, and you can give it to all these different lenders or anyone investing. And it's proof of your skills, your analytical, planning, communications, and problem solving. So how should it look? It's basically just a document, and it could be just like well organized. It's just written on regular paper, 8.5 by 11. It's usually about 10 to 30 pages long. Double spaced, because it has to be easy to read. People need to be able to look at it and be able to read it well. You don't need too many details. You can use a lot of headings and subheadings within the plan. And you can also use some charts to explain some of the numbers you're talking about. So it's easier to read on a chart than it will be to look at just steady numbers and letters and words all the time. And the most important information is up front and stands out. Like I said, use charts, use tables, use sketches, photos to help explain in your business plan. And when you're getting through it, have an outsider, someone who doesn't know much about what you're doing or what the plan is about. Have them read it. Because if they can understand it, or if they have questions, they can say, well, I don't really understand what you're trying to say here, then that can help you to evaluate and readjust your business plan and to make it flow smoother and sound and look easier for somebody who doesn't know anything about the farm and your farm business. Some tips for planning. So it does take a long time, and it will take time. So what you want to do first is just write down your ideas and any kind of information. So you need to organize it. And you can use what works for you. You may use file folders, you may work other documents, notebooks, whatever works for you. Write it down. You will need to take your time. Don't rush. And it will take a lot of work and time. But this is your plan. And it's up to you to write this down and get it out of your mind, out of your head, and onto a piece of paper. It's a hard thing to do. But once you get started, the first word is always the hardest one. Include others, partners, investors, professionals. You can use the Department of Agriculture, others that can help you. It is your plan. You must be able to present it to whoever asks and answer questions accurately. The Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Partnership Program, if you're looking for funding through them, you will need a business plan to be included with your application. Again, it's something that when they review your application, they'll see you have the plan, and you can match what your funding application is for with the contents that's in your business plan. So it just helps connect what you're doing, where you want to go, with what your application is for, what your funding is looking for. So, getting started. Be honest, be realistic. Write it down. So, what is the purpose of the plan? Just a few sentences. Identify the market and who are your customers. list the business goals and objectives, identify the startup needs and any cash flow needs, and explain the operating cash needs. So here's just the example, your expenses. Some examples might be land clearing, labor, livestock, just get you started. And also other expenses, it might include feed, labor, electricity. You have to have to know these things and know what the expense may be. Components of the plan, and like I said, it's a collection of other sub-plans. So you just kind of take it one by one. So there's a table of contents, an executive summary, a marketing plan, production plan, human resources plan, financial plan, risk management plan, and your goals and objectives. So the executive summary. So this should kind of attract the reader's interest and provide kind of the most important details of the overall plan. And actually this is written last, even though it's the first page of your plan when you open it up, but it's written last. After you get all those other production and other plans done, then it's just a summary page. So the executive summary explains the purpose and concept of your business, the business targets, the organized structure of the business, and provide the required financing, the purpose of the funds, and any kind of repayment plan. Now we'll just go through each part of the business plan and explain what each section is about. So the marketing plan describes the industry, the market, the strategies, and the 4 Ps we talked about with marketing. It's a description of the industry and where your operation fits within that industry. It talks about your market sales, the trends within the industry for the sales, who your competition is. It's important to know who that is. A consumer analysis, what customer wants, who your customer is, and what types of things they will be looking for from you. And the pricing. What prices will you need to set your product at in order for you to make a profit? And also then to keep your customers coming to you and not to somebody else. Your promotion, how you're going to promote your business, how will people find you, and what you're going to do to get yourself out there and make people so they know you and can connect with you. And the distribution of your product. How are you going to get it from your farm to your customer and then distribute it smoothly, quickly, efficiently, and in ways that are convenient for your customers. Because all those things matter to your customers for sure. Because everyone wants things a little easier, a little quicker, but you need to think of different ways that you can connect with your customers. So the production plan or the operations plan, it kind of describes the basic operation of your farm business. So it's basically an overview of what you need to do kind of to run your farm, what it looks like to run your farm from day to day, week to week, month to month, season over season. So it's just an overview of the flow of the business of your farm. So you talk about the land, you outline the facilities you have, any buildings you have, you list the equipment you have, the materials and supplies that you need to operate your farm, production strategies and stages of production, the construction, any production schedules that are involved, an environmental assessment. So you look at it environmentally, how this would look. And any legal and political aspects within your production. You may have municipality rules that had to be, and guidelines that need to be followed. And it may be different it probably will be for each municipality you deal with, or you're working out of, or where your farm is located. So it's important to be in contact with your municipality. Make sure that you're following their guidelines and rules so that you don't run into any stops, work order stops, or you got to change your plan because you didn't realize that you needed certain permits, or it slows down your production. So it's important to keep in contact with all the different government outlets and sources. For the people that did write a business plan, are these kind of the things that came up along the way when you were writing your plan? Yeah. Yeah, it's kind of those pitfalls that if you can kind of get it early, then at least you have a better understanding of how governments and businesses operate in order to function in municipalities. But then makes you run smoother in your day-to-day farming operations. Because I know every minute is important in a farm, and it's hard for people to come together even today or to these meetings. And so having your business plan in order and having all these connections in place, then you have a greater ties within the community and within the governments and institutions to help you flow with your farm. Your human resources plan. These are the people that are in your business and who does what. It's an organizational chart, so it just kind of shows, okay, I'm the business operator, I'm working with my husband, and he does the financial part, and I'm working out in the fields doing these other operations. So you're just explaining who does what on the farm, and also what their kind of background is. So if they have experience in marketing, or if they have other attributes on the farm. Who are your other workers? You may have hired 3 part-time workers, and one of them is really savvy with the internet, so it's good to have that person's kind of CV or their what they can do on the farm. You can get them to work on your farm for what they're experienced in. So it's outlined who does what on the farm. It tells the employer work plan, the skills and training that they have completed. It can identify the compensation and benefits that you may be able to provide on your farm. Identify any labor and training needs and goals through your business plan. It's an employee orientation plan, so when you get new employees, you have an orientation on their farm so they know about any workplace safety things they need to do. They learn about where things are on the farm located, and they also understand who they talk to about what on the farm when they're doing the day-to-day job. It's kind of like an orientation if you would go to any kind of business. And skills of the owners and the managers are written in your business plan. So who does what and what skills they have on their farm. And basically it's job descriptions. Who does what. Then there's the financial plan. And everybody kind of, oh no, not finances, but it's part of the business. It's the main part of your business. And everybody loves to farm, but it comes down to dollars and cents and what you can do and how you do it effectively and efficiently and to make money. So this is the key part of the business plan, the flow of your money. So typically in your farm business plan, you should have a balance sheet and an income statement. So past and projected, so from 3 to 5 year plan. And there should be a cash flow summary of about 2 years. And if you're a new farmer, you don't have anything. But the important part is to research what these values could be and these amounts and costs, and to have a realistic view of what it could be year over year. And even if you are a continuing farmer and you've been at it a while, for your long-term goals, the same thing, just to outline where I see myself and where I see my cash flow go throughout the year and my balance sheet, how it would look year over year. So it just gives the reader, who could be me or anybody else, to see, yes, this looks real, this looks realistic, and this is how we see markets have been. So it just gives confidence in others knowing, and any lenders, is that you know what you're doing, and you understand the markets, and you understand your customer base, and you can understand how money comes in and how you get paid out year over year. It talks about your capital scales and purchases in your finances, your strategy as you go from season over season. Your financial performance indicators are there too, and your financial risk assessment. And there is a risk assessment. So you identified your strengths, your weaknesses, opportunities, and threats within your farm business. These may be physical, environmental, financial, human resources, and personnel. And it identifies items in your environmental farm plan. And with the department, our department and our funding agents, they require that you have an environmental farm plan in place. How many people have an environmental farm plan completed? If you're complying for any of our funding programs, and the Sustainable CAP program particularly, you will be required to have an environmental farm plan. But we have staff, and they work with you to develop this plan. So you're not alone. So don't feel like you're overwhelmed. There's people to help in most of the things. Yeah, it takes time when you first do it, but once the plan is completed, you just have to renew it every 5 years, or if you have any major changes on your farm before that. And basically, it's just a personal kind of risk assessment. It identifies maybe areas on your farm that may be prone to flooding, or you may have fuel located in one place and pesticides, just so that you don't have it close to your water sources. So it's just a risk assessment again, and help you maybe you don't run into problems when you do environmentally on your farm. So, and it's free to do, and the service we provide is free. And like I said, once you complete the environmental farm plan, that's your document as well. And you don't have to renew it for 5 years. So like I said, we have staff at the department who can do the environmental farm plan with you. It's just another tool and assistance that can help you with your farm. And also next on your business plans is your business goals. So you want to outline your short-term goals for the next 2 years. This is where I see me being and going with the farm. And then long-term for 3 to 5 to 10 years, where you see your farm progressing. Are there any existing limits with your business goals? So those kind of things you might want to think about. If I need to get from here to there in 2 years, what do I need to do in order for that to happen? What do I need? Do I need to build a barn? Do I need to buy a tractor? Do I need to hire more employees? It helps you kind of sit down and think about what I need to get to where I want to go. And of course, your family goals. My husband and I don't always agree where we want to be in 5 years, but if we don't talk about it, we'll never get to communicate and get to where we want to be. So it's good to sit down with your business partners and discuss where, as a farm, you want to be in 2 years, 5 years, 10 years. So everybody's on the same page. You should also include other information within your business plan. Some things you should put in there are your farm maps. what your farm maps, farms look like. Any kind of pictures you may have of your farm, or your land, your buildings, your machinery, any certificates or things you may have completed over time as your farm, maybe farm safety requirements, any food safety requirements. Maybe you've done some training with our food safety officer, and you've done some other training goals. And long term, what things you may need. You may want to include some resumes of some key people that work with you. Either work with you directly on your farm, or they are contacts that you want to keep track of, their contact information. And schedules of information related to a business. So thank you for this presentation, and there's my contact information and number. I serve the east coast of the province, so from here to about Grand Falls area, and then on the west coast, my associate is after Medor, and she works with farmers on the west coast and Labrador, and that's her contact information. So business plans take time, and maybe you don't have time to do all of that. Under the Sustainable CAP program, you can get funding to get somebody to write your plan for you and compile it and put it together. You will need to talk and provide that all the information that we talked about to that person in order to write the plan. And so, like I said, it's your plan, and in order to do it, you still have to be able to talk about that plan. So if you're not the type that is a good writer, or I just don't have the time, or I don't feel confident about doing it, there's help out there and ways around it.
I was just wondering, how does it work with the funding? Say if I were to engage someone to write my business plan, I would need the business plan to apply for the funding to write the business plan?
No.
How would I apply for funding, say, to have a business plan written without having a business plan to submit the funding application?
It's not required. If you're getting it developed, if that's your application, then you wouldn't require a business plan to submit
Right.
for the funding.
And similarly with, so a lot of engineering planning and design is covered as well. But it's similarly, you need to have professional drawings done up to submit with the application. So I was just wondering how that works. We can talk about it later.
No. Okay, yes, that's right. You're applying for, say, construction of something.
Yeah.
You would need drawings for it, right? And that's the supporting documentation that you need in order to get the funding to do that construction or infrastructure or whatever you're doing, right? So if that would be, then that would just be more of a concept that you're talking about. And so you wouldn't necessarily need to have that drawings in order to include what you are looking for, but it would be part of your project is to get the drawings and to go forward with your plans. So your plan might be broken down into a number of plans, and your timelines might be spread out over a period of the year. So you may submit for, I'll just say, constructing a barn. And you may need to get your architect to come in and do things first. So within your project, you talk about, well, my expenses will be the architectural to come in and will be costing this much. And in stage 2, we will start with the footing. And stage 3, we will be constructing with the barn. So you kind of break it down into stages. And then you kind of break out how much each will cost you, phase over a phase. And so that's how you lay it out. And then it would be, if that's part of an overall business plan that you did develop, then that would be written in there, how it's a phased approach. So And that's how I think they would look at it, as more as a phased process. Yeah. Like I say to everyone, if you ever have questions about the programs, you should speak to any of our department, our financial officers. They're the ones that deal with the applications day over day. And they've seen a lot of applications, not just from this current SCAP program, but from years before. And they're all kind of similar programs. So we're here to help. We're here to help get that money out there. We want you to have the money too, and we want to work with you. And sometimes with programs, you have to kind of tweak the program to fit within the overall program goals. So we can work with you with that. And as new entrants, the same thing. We can help you with developing your farm plans and helping you as you want to look at your short-term and long-term goals, to see what's realistic. Because as a new entrant, you may not fully understand how things in farming will really need to progress over time. Sometimes it'll take longer. But at least you just have to have a plan down. Doesn't mean you're going to follow it 100%, but it's what you see happening with your farm to make your farm grow. And it's something that you will probably refer to over time. So keep your copies, and it's nice to look back on where you are today, and compare how that growth went. So it's nice to keep those things in check. And do any of you look back at your business plans? Sometimes?
I actually have a question about that.
Yeah?
So, we did a business plan last year, and specifically to apply for SCAP, which we did receive SCAP funding.
Okay.
And this past year, we had great success and met the targets that we established in our business plan.
Oh, good.
I'm wondering what steps we have to take this year to apply for SCAP, if we update our business plan or just write like a short funding proposal with some of the goals that we achieved last year. How does that work?
Yeah. In your business plan that you have, is that for the 5-year plan, is that what you kind of have? It's kind of good to keep it updated. If you've made changes, then include those new things that you have in your business plan, so it's as current as you can have. And then going forward with your applications, then you can just say, refer back to past accomplishments. We received funding for this project, and we're successful, and we completed that project, and that's kind of like one of the goals. You could put that in your business plan to highlight those things. So then if you're submitting a new application, the persons that may review your business, your application, can reference your business plan. And in your application, you can reference that in your business plan as well. And then they can look back and say, oh, okay, I see that they did that and they applied for that funding. And then they may say, well, that's good. Then it shows you're achieving goals. You are progressing forward, and that you're moving ahead with your farm. So there's a growth thing. And as a new entrant, you just want to see growth. There's going to be ups and downs throughout the season and throughout the years. But as you can see, like a constant incline, and things are going up, and your business is getting larger, your income is growing, and you're getting to that $15,000 of farm income over time for the year. That's basically what lenders want to see. They want to see a growth. And we understand there's going to be drought periods, you're going to have bad years, but then the next year you have a better year. They just want to see a steady growth cycle.
I have another question. If
Yeah.
I may.
Yeah.
Kind of tangent to business plan, but I've been thinking about business insurance, specifically like liability insurance. Is that something that you can speak to, or do other farmers have business insurance for like liability reason. Right?
Yeah, and you should have workers' compensation sort of things in place too. And with insurances, I guess we can talk about that further about it, but there are like, there's crop insurance that that our department also has. And that's something you could kind of investigate further if you do have anything that happens on the farm. But like personal liability insurance, you should have some things on your farm, and we can get into that.
Yeah, if there's resources
Yeah.
that would help us like sift through what's
Yeah.
available and what we need, and that'd be helpful.
Okay, great. We'll talk about that later for sure.
We've got a farm insurance policy and a commercial general liability policy through cooperators. And the commercial general liability one is really cheap.
Okay,
It's like $40 a month or something.
awesome.
And you want to make sure, that's the peace of mind part. You want to make sure there's enough covered for what your farm business is about, right? Yeah, that's important to do. Mm. Any questions about business plans? I know it's a dry topic. It's hard to get excited about business plans, but once you get it started and you get your draft done, it does get easier. You think people have done business plans? Now that you have it, once you have it done, then it's easier to update it. Any questions about business planning? All right, thank you very much. I appreciate your time. Okay. Will I go on with the next?
Yeah, go ahead, yeah.
Okay.
We still have one more presentation.
Okay. I'll go backward. All right. Next, I'm going to give an overview of writing effective project proposals. Has anyone applied for any kind of funding, not just with the provincial government, but any funding programs? Yeah. So basically applying for funding, all the proposals are kind of, projects, programs are kind of the same. But this one, I'm just going to discuss with my experience with the Sustainable CAP program, but a lot of points you can take and use with your other project proposals. So the purpose of the funding programs are available to assist with the development, growth, or expansion of your business or the industry. They are a financial support for item purchase, for infrastructure, or for other kind of development on your farm. The Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Program, the SCAP. Under SCAP, there is the Resilient Agricultural Landscape Program and the Provincial Agri-Foods Assistance Program. And those are kind of the programs that I deal with and work with. There's also others called the On-Farm Climate Action Fund, OFCAF, and other agencies and departments offer kind of funding programs. So the Sustainable Canadian Agriculture Program. There's a program guide, there's an application form, there's a project assessment, an evaluation by the implementation committee who makes the decision if you're going to get funding or not, and then a payment process. So once you complete your project, there's a payment process, and the program renews annually each year on April the 1st. So it's a year-over-year program, so you kind of have to complete your project within the year. Within the program, there are program facilitators to help you develop your project. We want you to have the money, and we can work with you to help develop your project because it has to fit within the program in order to get the funding. We have financial officers who can assist you. Your agriculture development officers, so this may be people, they're your ag reps, and the industry development officers like myself. And each sector has an industry development officer, whether you're with the livestock, horticulture, or any of the dairy, chicken sectors as well. And it's important that we're here to help, so call us, email us, make us work for you. That's what we're here for. So getting started. Read the program guide and read all of it. I know the SCAP program guide is long, but there's a table of contents. You can show you what a section is. It's important that you do read it because it has all the information in the guide that you need. It may be hard to find it where it is in it maybe sometimes, but it has the information in there. It talks about eligibility requirements, like as an individual or a farm or a company or a group. Are you eligible for the funding? It talks about the application process and how your application is assessed. It talks about what items are eligible for the funding. Within the SCAP program, there are 6 categories of funding programs, and then I kind of talked to different people about, I didn't know which application I should use. Talk to your financial officer, because they deal with this all the time. If you have the idea before you start to write your application, they'll help you find out which program you should be applying under it, so you get the right application. There's agriculture growth secondary processing. That is the program that you may use the most as farmers. May not be, but typically that may be the one. There's guidelines in the project guide on the conflict of interest and any related parties. That's kind of a legal thing. Any required permits and legal land titles. Make sure you have those things in place. SCAP, remember, is a reimbursement program. So you kind of pay for things first, and it reimburses you once you show that you've completed the project. And be mindful of your timelines. So once you apply for it, and they get approved, they'll send you back documents. That's a contract, something you're signing, so it's a legal document. So read the dates, when the start day is and when the end date is. And purchases, things that happen, gotta happen within those dates. Because if you purchase something before you got the project started and the date on it doesn't match the start date, or it's pre when the start date is, they won't accept that purchase. There's a program coordinator and the financial officers with any kind of questions, and they could be your main contact. But again, you could reach out to me or any of the other department staff. They can assist and direct you. So that's kind of what the program looks like. Everything is online, and there's also hard copies that can be available. But there's a table of contents and shows like where each of these pages we talked about eligibility requirements, any kind of, for new entrants, there's a section, returning farmers, there's a section, and what kind of things you may need. So the application form. So once you're ready and you want to get into it, I'm going to start with the application. So review the form first and see what the information is needed in the form and get it all prepared. When you're completing the application, it's important to complete all of the boxes, all of the questions that they're asking for. Write something in there. If it's not applicable, it doesn't apply to you, put in N/A. So then whoever's reading your application, if it's a gap and you don't fill anything in, they don't know if you forgot to put something in or it doesn't apply to you. It's better to write something in there to say NA or write in what the information, the proper information is. So if you get a blank, it's like if you're writing a test and you don't write an answer to anything. The teacher can't tell if you really knew the information, but the same thing with an application. So you fill in your name, your contact information, your address. Make sure it's all current and accurate. You will need a CRA business number to apply, and you can apply for that online if you don't have one already. An updated business plan, make sure it is up to date. Any kind of land title, agricultural lease, or other agreement you have for use of land, if that's in place, include that within, make sure you have that for your application. As a new entrant, you may not yet have land, but those kinds of things are expected with new entrants, so don't get overly concerned about that. But that's kind of your long-term plan, is to have your own land. You will need an environmental farm plan, and we have Alia Ferdowsi, and she can help you with developing your farm plan. She can come in person to help you work on it, or you can do it over the phone with her. You will need a premise identification number. You can apply for that online too. And there's the addresses there and a phone number. And again, if you have any questions, you can talk to any of the SCAP program coordinators and facilitators that we discussed. Again, I keep saying it over and over again, talk to the financial officers, your industry development officers, or your agriculture development officers. So this is what the application would look like if you haven't seen it before. It's page 1 of all of the applications. Just the general information, your name, your address, your email, and what type of business you have. If you're a sole proprietor or you have a partnership, corporation. How long have you been a new, and if up in the corner there, if you're a new entrant, how many years have you been a new entrant? Because you can only be a new entrant considered for 5 years. After that, you're a continuing farmer. Again, some more questions about you. We want to know, do you have an environmental farm plan? And if it's not yet completed or you have it in process, at least then you could put it in your document, in your application. And then that's one other thing, because it's important that you need to have an environmental farm plan. What other questions? Some legal things, you had to be at least 19 years of age because you are entering into a contract, and you had to be kind of legally able to enter into a contract in order to get the funding. Has many people applied for funding for the SCAP or looked at the applications? You looked at it?
You're looking for that.
You looked at it? Yeah, yeah. It's good. Yeah, it's good to review it, and then if you have any questions early on, you can ask questions. Even if you're not thinking about applying yet, you can still ask. It's good to ask questions. Just get familiar with it, right? This is kind of the next page on it. So you want to know more information about you. Here's kind of like, and we talked about writing an application. Here's kind of where your writing starts. When you see the big block, white block. Provide a description of your farm, agribusiness, organization. The commodities involved, any kind of secondary processing, annual gross revenue, and any future development plans. So this is where the area is provided, and all of this application, again, you can do it all online, or if you would rather, you can do a paper and then write it out and then scan it and send it in. But online is tidier, you get your space. You can write in there what your farm is. So you kind of talk about, I'm a new entrant. I started last year. I'm growing vegetables on a 1 to 2 acre farm, and I want to look at getting a new tractor so that I can develop my farm and grow my farm into this. Doesn't have to be long information here, but if you feel that you need more information, have another document and attach it, and then just say, see attached document. if you don't think you can put it all in that space.
Question on that.
Yeah?
Would it be appropriate to use bullet points to list out, like, is that okay?
You can, whatever you feel you can get your information down as, but as long as it's legible,
Yeah.
yeah, you can use bullet points, but it's just a description of your farm, yeah, or who you are. It's basically, you're just starting to kind of explain you and your farm and where you're going. So kind of tell your story, pitch your project. So include your farm experience. So I'm a new entrant, or I've been selling growing vegetables for 10 years now. Tell the number of years that you've been farming, your farm location, what area of the province it is. It may be rural, and maybe that might be a positive spin because there's no other vegetable farms in 50 miles of where I am. And so this is why my farm is important to do these things. Tell what commodities you're involved. So if it's vegetables, or I'm growing potato, carrot, turnip, or if I have livestock, or if I have greenhouse facilities. And then also explain, like, is this an agriculture diversification or expansion? I've been farming now for 10 years. I can see more growth and I need to expand, so I need to add another barn. Am I providing sustainable farming practices? You might want to include that in the application, and elements of food security. So pitch your project. It's hard to talk about yourself, but from somebody who gets an application, just keep in mind they don't know anything about you. So you got to kind of talk about yourself. On the next page, they'll ask, do you have livestock? And to list the number of animals you have. List any kind of fruits and vegetables. List your land that you have cleared. They want to know what kind of assets and things you have on your farm. So what more to include in your application? Have a detailed timeline. So I'm going to start to clear the land to build my barn. I'm going to start that in May, and then by June I'm going to have the footing and foundation done, and then July I hope to have the roof on and a building structure inside, and I'll have the barn completed by September with the electricity and the plumbing and everything going. Clear timelines. That's when I'm starting. This is when I'm finishing. That's the plan. Having this timeline assists with the approval process for any kind of advances you may need along the way. So maybe this is going to take you like a staged process, and we talked about that before. It's a step-by-step kind of thing. So at least then if you say, well, I need an advance, because you can request an advance on if your project gets approved, you can request an advance. But they kind of need to say, well, why should I give them an advance? Oh, I see that they're going to do this in a step-by-step process, and they need this much money to get started. And that would kind of approve your project to get, could help approve to get your funding advances. It also helps with any kind of milestone payments that they will give to you, and with any final reporting information. In your applications, show that your own self-investment in your farm. Like I said, Sustainable CAP is a reimbursement program, so you have to demonstrate kind of your financial contribution. Oh, I started the farm and I bought the land, or I financed the land, and I've already purchased a tractor, and I've employed 3 people now, and it kind of shows that you've put things into developing your farm. And I'm just giving these examples. It doesn't mean that you have to do all of those things, but just as an example, show that you're investing money and time in this too, because the program is 75% of the funding of a project. So you have to have that other 25% of the funding of your own money in order to complete the project. So they need to see that, yeah, they can manage money, they have enough money to get started as well. Show your financial interest in building your farm. So list your equipment, list your buildings, list your livestock, list the things that you have. You kind of forget the things that you do have. You forgot about the tractor that you had and the harrows that you bought and things like that. So list all those things.
Or a truck or something.
Or truck, whatever that is, yeah. Again, this is kind of the next page of that application, your project description. Please include a description of your project you are proposing, including information about the activities selected, and describe the project how it will improve your farm, your agribusiness, or your organization, and how it will meet the objectives of the program. So, another white space. Again, there's not enough space, attach in a document. Write it in the document, and right in that white space, see attached document. So write something in the white space. So then, and don't forget to attach the document. One of the things with the application, once you submit it, if there are things missing, once they start to review and look at your project, if it's not there, it will be delayed. It will be put to the side and say, we don't have all the documentation that is needed. We can't assess any further. We can't go forward, we can't approve it because we don't have the documentation. Things like that kind of slow the process down. And I don't know if you've experienced that or if anybody has experienced any of those things that happen. We just want you to make sure you have everything in there and that we can get you your money and get started with the project. So we talked about words and statements, and words matter in the SCAP program. A description, what words to use. So I'm just going to go through some things. You provide ample details in your project. The more information you can provide, the better it explains your project, and it helps that person reading the project to see your vision of your project. Include additional pages with the application if necessary. Don't feel like you're stuck to that one white space paragraph. Include pictures, maps, charts, product information. You're buying a special equipment. Print it off the internet, who you're buying it from. You don't have to reinvent it. They already explained it to you in the product information when you're going to buy something, right? It's already there. Print that off. Include that with your application. It explains everything. It has the pictures there. It has what it looks like and how the product is used. Use the program terminology. In the program guide, the words are in there that talk about the programs and the terminology and what the program is meant to do, what the funding is meant to do. Review the language and statements that are written in the program guide and use them. You don't have to reinvent anything. They're already in there, but just make them fit so that you're not just kind of sticking that word in there just because it was in the program guide. Show how it's doing that things. Again, I said about reviewing the product information that whoever you're buying from may have, and use their terminology. Sometimes they're trying to sell you something, and they're explaining all about the advantages of the product and how it can be used and how it's efficient and how it'll save you time and labor and more efficient and give you a better product. Use the terminology they're telling you. Why should you try and spend time trying to figure out what to do? Use it. So just kind of review the program guide and see what the words they use. So I'm just going to go through those things. So within the program guide, it talks about the vision to expand new markets and trade while meeting the expectations of consumers and feed Canadians and grow global population. So kind of target words there. So the targets and outcomes of the SCAP program is to demonstrate progress toward achieving improved sector environmental performance, adaptation to climate change, and reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. They want to increase sector capacity and growth across the agri-food value chain and enhance factor resiliency, diversity, equity, and inclusion and public trust. So there's some key words in there that you can use. So I talked about there's 6 different programs within the Sustainable CAP. So once you discussed with the financial officer and you figure out which one is meant for your application. So in there, and I'm just going to talk about the agriculture growth and secondary processing program and what that means. And it's written in the program guide. This is out of the program guide. So this is what that program does. This program will build sector capacity, enhance local food systems, and improve provincial food self-sufficiency in the primary agriculture and secondary processing sectors of the province. Key words to kind of stick in there: growth, capacity, enhance, self-sufficiency, feed. The agri-food, agriculture business-based product sector is positioned to capitalize in potential areas of economic growth and benefit for transformative technologies. Maybe that's something you're looking into purchasing, is a transformative technology. It implements investments in production and processing systems, business improvement, and land development that will grow the sector, enhance food self-sufficiency, and local food capacity in the province. Key words. The magic words, people tell me what the magic words are. But include that and make it, make sure that it fits with what your application is for. It's too. You can't just stick the word in there, but you kind of have to explain it, right? How this product will do that, or how it will improve my farm in order for me to improve more self-sufficiency in the province, provide food for the local economy, improve my farm income and grow my farm. Promote yourself and the project. Highlight your industry achievements, your industry achievements, any past projects that you've completed, and any successes that you may have had. Play on your strengths, your limits, and your capabilities in your applications. Be realistic to what you can achieve. Indicate your project uniqueness in the province, in the industry, how it's new to the sector you're working in. Show that this technique or product is effective and has been proven elsewhere, and include additional pages if needed to explain your project. Pictures, things off a website, how this can improve. This is what another page of the application looks like. This one is talking about the infrastructure, what you have, size, capacity, costs involved. This is costs if you're purchasing equipment, what the expenses are, the make, model, costs. They need the details. You'll need to get quotes from the manufacturer, from whoever you're buying for, a legitimate quote. It should have your name on it, or your farm name, whoever's the applicant for the funding. Everything could kind of match, so that it's not like Anne-Marie Whalen got a quote, her name is on the quote, but Sarah Jones is on the application. So they're not giving Sarah Jones the quote, it's for Anne-Marie Whalen. So things should match. Hi.
In applying for sort of multiple items under the same category, so let's say I was applying for irrigation, a greenhouse, and something else. Would I submit separate applications for those, or would it all be in the sort of one thing? And would it be okay if, let's say I source like a seeder in my irrigation from the same supplier, would it be okay if that's on the same quote, or should they be itemized separately?
Put it all under one application, and you can have it all in one quote, as long as you can see that this is for this item, this is for this item. As long as it's broken out. You don't need 5 quotes, but if it's from the same supplier and you have 5 things you're going to quote for, that's fine.
That's great. Another thing is shipping at all covered?
Shipping
Is
is,
that an eligible expense? I guess we might say.
It has been for us.
yeah,
Great.
yeah.
It's adding up to be as much as
Shipping,
themselves.
it is, it really is. And everything, because we're an island, everything is shipped. Yeah, yeah. And again, it may depend on your product too. We'll ask the financial officer. That's a question to ask, right? Before you get too far into your application. Another page at the end of the application. So you're talking about your costs. Shipping, freight, there's a line there. Identify who's doing that. And that's your total costs. And then your funding, the last page of the application. Who are your funding sources? So one could be the Sustainable Cap Program. So that's going to be for, and that's over there on your right-hand side. So your funding sources is, it's my application, self, me, Anne-Marie. Amount I'm putting in is the 25%, whatever that cost may be. Approved? Yeah, I approved it, yes. Your total project costs is what you added up all together from the bottom. And the Sustainable Cap, they're going to be the only one that's applying for funding with me under this project. So they will be for the 75%. If I had another source of funding for my big project, then I would include them in there under the next category. Because you had to identify all the funding sources. If you didn't, most of the programs that are out there are kind of linked and connected. And so it's kind of good to identify it up front. If you're getting it from elsewhere, you're getting funding from multiple sources, that's fine. But identify it.
Question about the stacking funds, I guess.
Yeah.
So when I've read through the application, it seems to me that the maximum contribution is 75%. I've heard other farmers talk about getting 75% from SCAP and 25% from PAP, so it would be 100% funded. Is that?
But then you're kind of getting it from 2 funding sources.
Yeah.
You're not providing any of the funding.
Well, this is what I'm wondering.
Right?
So it seems to me
Yeah.
when you read the document that that's the case, but I've heard from others that they did differently.
Yeah,
So
you
just
can't
trying to-
stack a program on top of a program without you having some kind of personal financial
And for SCAP, the minimum personal contribution is 25%.
25%.
Yeah.
Yeah. The rules are in there and listed. Same thing, if you got any questions, ask the financial officer. They'll be able to help you. Yeah.
Sorry, Anne-Marie.
Oh,
Yeah, it was kind of more about the financial things. So just, I know you said, like, on the forum, it said, like, Farm Credit Canada as a potential funding source that you would have to include. In terms of the stacking, though, like, could your, like, 15% of your 25% contribution come from a loan that we get from Vinland Acres, or does that not count as, like, Vinland Acres?
of your amount. It would be involved, and I guess you would have to kind of consider, is that a personal, or is it just for Farm Credit Canada? But even Farm Credit Canada may want to see your own personal involvement, financial contribution to
and
that.
they're comfortable with, like, the infrastructure, the tractors, like, everything that we have so far, so that's okay. It's more so, would it be considered, like, it's not non-dilutive funding, it's not government funding, the company's contribution.
You're getting it financed through
Exactly.
Farm Credit Canada, right,
Just-
right.
Yeah, just as an example, that's one of the
Yeah.
things we were looking at.
Yeah,
So that would count as our 25%.
it would go toward it, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Quotes, contracts, invoices, payments. Include official quotes of the product from the company or whoever you're intending to buy from with your name on it. This project, like I said before, it's a contract agreement. You're signing a legal document. Disclose your funding sources, whoever else is assisting with your project. Names on the invoices and the payments, whoever paying for the project must match. You will have to submit a copy that this item was paid for and how it was paid for. Whether it was electronically you paid for something, you got to have a copy of that to include with your project invoices and receipts, and so they must match. The date on the invoice must be within the contract timelines. Project start and end date is in the contract. You can submit scanned invoices, proof of payment, or other requirement items. I don't think they've been accepting the pitched photographs, but a scanned copy of any of these items. Allow time for your agriculture development officer to complete final verification of your project completion, because somebody has to verify that yes, that tractor was bought and he's on the farm, and then they say okay, then the financial officer will say okay, that's the final stamp, everything's been done, we can pay this one finally. So yes.
One thing I run into in terms of getting official quotes and such,
Mm-hmm.
some items that's really the only way to go. Like for a greenhouse, you just don't get a price on a website. You have to quote your name. But other items, like say for a cedar, for example, you can go on the website and you can calculate your shipping and the cost and sort of print out a receipt. Would that be acceptable in the case of the simpler items?
Yeah, that's fine too. Yeah. Just, it's kind of nice to, and that's the way a lot of businesses do go as well, that you can get the price off their website. But then that will be all the amounts then that the project will cover. And if you go over an amount,
If it does include shipping, for example.
yeah, or whatever, some things go over than what you quoted in your project application, and your funding is for, say, $7,000, and now all of a sudden it's $10,000, then you can go back and request additional, but again, this would be another step, and this may take more time, and you can't really depend on getting that approved. But if a glitch happened and something happened along the way which caused this to go up out of your control, then that's a reason. So you kind of have to give reasons as to why things happen too, because from the financial officer sitting in his desk or her desk in Corner Brook, they don't know your situation. But if you can lay it out for them in your reasoning, then it helps explain things further and helps with kind of moving along your project proposal and your requests. Again, contact the financial officer, the agriculture development officer, and individual industry development officer for any questions. And another page at the end, you have to sign your application. It tells what you need to include. So as a sole proprietor or partnership, include your statement of farming activities, include your financials if you are an existing farm, of your most current financial documents, anything like that, just again for the application purpose. Some application tips, and I'm going through a lot of these, but it's just some things to remember. Submit for a project item only once. So SCAP will not refund if this is a replacement project. If I got a tractor, but I already got a tractor, but I need a bigger tractor now, or something happened, They won't fund if it's a replacement item that was previously funded under SCAP or a linked program. And so this may be the SCAP, REL, Provincial Agri-Food Assistance Program, or the OFCAF program, if you ever gotten funding for the same item before. So minimal reliance on ongoing government funding. So if they see like a lot of your other funding, time over time, is coming from the projects, a project, through the SCAP program, through the PAP program, and it's not a whole lot more of your own investment in it. They don't like to see too much reliance on your projects year over year on just have. You kind of have to think of it this way. Will that project still happen if you didn't get the funding? That's how they look at it. So the funding is just an assist to help you, because you still have to buy it outright before you got your funding. So it's an assistance. Break down the project into several applications or programs in order to get a better return. So you may have a big project and you're all going to put it into one big project, but maybe better if you broke it into, it might fit in 3 or 4, 2 different categories rather than one of the categories, applications. Again, you can talk to the financial officers and they can help you do that. Maybe it's a 2-project application. Demonstrate practical, realistic goals for your farm plan, and your customer base. Use financial resources to explain costs and funds. Contact financial officers, the ADOs, the IDOs for assistance clarification. Documents to include is your updated business plan, financial statements, farm maps and lease agreements, building plans, pictures, concept drawings, price quotes, delivery schedules, work plans, any certificates, permits, licenses where applicable. And that's another thing, like make sure you have the correct permits before you're even going to apply for this project. Often that's a hang-up because it takes time for the permit people to get you a permit to get this done. Product information about if you're buying something with the pictures, resumes of key people, including like specialists, architects, and irrigation specialists, whoever's getting involved to help you, and any purchase contracts or letters of intent to buy your product if you're expanding your farm and want to grow your sales. Maybe you're going to sell to a grocery store. Maybe a letter of intent that they're going to buy your product for that amount of dollars to go along with it. So it's kind of proof that you're going to get that money. That your plan is that you can sell the product for that amount. Other key points to remember, I guess, on closing is that leverage the sustainable cap to boost your business. Submit clear, concise proposal to stand out over others, because you're kind of not competing, but there's a lot of applications that go in there. So for each year, you're kind of financially or fiscally with the SCAP program, there's only so much dollars for each year. And so you're competing with other people looking for dollars for the same year. So why would yours stand out? Securing the necessary permits from the correct divisions before applying. Make sure you have those in place. Apply early. You have to allow time for the applications to be reviewed and assessed, and then for your project to actually get started, and so that you can complete it within the timelines that are available for your project contract. Explore alternative funding options for your project, because there are a lot of other sources out there that may offer you more funding for less of your own income inputs. Who knows? There's lots of different other projects that are coming up out there and other kind of funding revenues around that we don't know about but come up. Again, with the SCAP, contact the financial officer for any kind of clarification. And incomplete applications delay your project review. So if you don't have everything completed, included, added into your application will be put aside and say, well, it doesn't have everything. And until then, they get to respond to you and say, we couldn't review your project because you didn't have everything included. It's going to take another 4 weeks, 6 weeks for the application to get back into the circuit again. And you're back to the bottom of the line that you thought you had been in May. Is there thank you for your time, and if you have any questions, we've been talking about some now, but if there's any other questions, you can let me know.
Just a quick one. I guess it's more of an observation or a request for support in general, and that's the SCAP program is very progressive and open-minded, and there's a lot of great ideas in there, especially in the realm of agritourism and secondary processing, composting, all this kind of stuff, and it seems to be very well supported through most levels of government and by department. What I'm finding, and what I noticed at the symposium a few weeks ago, is that there are certain government departments that are on that list of references that are not really up to speed with what are modern practices and where this industry is going. And so you might get thumbs up from everyone, but then let's use Service NL for example. When you talk about putting in a compost pad or a barn or something like that, they are just so risk adverse that, like, I'm personally very apprehensive about some of the projects I was considering when I heard the feedback of a couple of specific references that were just like, good luck getting that approved, buddy. And by that point, I'd be so far down the pipeline and have so much invested that it would essentially be, So I guess my request would be is to sort of talk to these other departments in some way and see if we can get them all on the same page as far as what's new modern practice. And like Aaron talked about, the multi-streams of revenue. So having something like an Airbnb on site on a small fledgling farm could really make the difference in the bottom line. But good luck getting approval to put even like a tiny home or something like that on an agricultural lease. It's just so far out there, like you'll never forget about it, pal. You know?
Right. It's an agricultural lease, and that's the thing. It's agriculture.
But as we see, agricultural businesses, this is just one example.
Yeah, I know.
Many streams of revenue.
Yeah.
So I guess just to advocate amongst your peers and other departments that, hey, people want to do this stuff. It works other places in the world. Just to have a bit more of an open mind about what's possible instead of sort of hitting roadblocks in places you didn't expect to hit them.
And programs change.
Yeah.
They do change over time.
I find this program really great. It's just there's a couple of people
there
that
are
like,
still.
whoa, don't even bother trying.
Yeah. And the other thing I should mention too is that maybe some of your projects, you talked about the manure storage, on just an example, but you may need an environmental assessment completed. That may be involved too, and that's a different department. That's the Department of Environment. So that may be something else you have to be aware of, depending on what your project is. And you may, if it's manure storage, you may need a manure storage plan in place to cover all the other environmental areas involved. So it's kind of get on top of it early, whatever your project is, so you can be sure you got the correct permits or who you may run into or what other department may be involved. Municipal, provincial, federal, whoever else may be involved, just depending on what your project is and your location and what it's about. Okay, any questions? Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back, everybody. Hope you enjoyed your lunch and had a few good conversations. So Crystal Anderson will be joining us shortly virtually. She was meant to be here today, but she couldn't make it, unfortunately. She had some issues with her flight. And I just wanted to mention before we introduce Crystal, you'll notice in your green folders there's a sustainable cap registration form. and a survey. If you could fill out the Sustainable Cap registration form and hand it to myself or Lisa before the end of the day, that would be great. And also the survey, if you can manage to complete that before you leave today and hand it to us, that's great. If not, I'll follow up with a digital link so that you can just fill it out online and we can gather the information that way, okay? And I'll also be sending it out to anybody who happened to join us virtually today. So yeah, Crystal Anderson, she's a market development officer with the Department of Fisheries, Forestry and Agriculture. And she's been a key contributor to the industry for 15 years, over 15 years. She's a native of rural Newfoundland and deeply committed to fostering rural economic development, particularly within the agricultural sector, leveraging her expertise to assist farmers and other stakeholders in raising the profile of Newfoundland and Labrador agriculture among consumers. Crystal aims to utilize her skills and experience as a storyteller, connector, and relationship builder in her work. She holds a Bachelor of Commerce co-op degree with a concentration in marketing and a minor in English from Memorial University. And she further advanced her education with an MBA from the University of Leicester, completed in 2018. Her profound enthusiasm for marketing, particularly grassroots and direct marketing, has driven numerous successful initiatives throughout her career, significantly expanding and nurturing various industries and markets. Crystal's session is about farm business marketing and cultivating marketing success. So welcome, Crystal.
Thank you so much. I'm going to try to look here because I have two screens going on. I am very thankful for Mark and Lisa for inviting me to be a part of this. I was so looking forward to being there in person for weeks. However, flights did not allow it. I thought taking the plane would have been a little bit better than driving, given weather conditions, but didn't work out. But as long as I can get the information out to everybody, then I am excited. And hopefully I will get to be in a room with you all very, very soon. I got to share my screen, correct? Am I able to oh, there we go. All right. There we go. So, as Mark mentioned, my title of this presentation is Cultivating Marketing Success. So we're going to talk about building identity, connection, and profitability. First off, why does marketing matter? So it's not just about the hard selling, buy from me, as you hear a lot. It's about building trust, telling your farm story, and forming really lasting connections with your community. So it's your chance to share what makes your farm unique, from your sustainable practices or your family's legacy, whatever your situation is, and the high quality products you work so hard to create. I do not come from an agricultural background. I come, as Mark mentioned, rural Newfoundland. I come from Port aux Basques, where all we farm there is rocks. So it really wasn't until I got out of university and I had my first career and I ended up having to go out into an area that I was representing in Central and go out and meet farmers. And I met farmers and I fell in love with them, their lifestyle, their passion, their tenacity. And I knew that there was such an opportunity for me to help them because they didn't even understand to this day just how important what they do is. So I fell in love with farmers and I knew I wanted to be a part of this industry. So that story that I learned all those years ago, 18 years ago, have stuck with me, and I ended up making a career out of it in support of them. So in Newfoundland and Labrador and in today's world in general, with so much noise, there's so much noise out there. We're bombarded with messages over and over. Every second, every millisecond, we are bombarded with messaging. So it's our goal to take our marketing and it is essential for us to be able to stand out, grow your customer base, and ensure your farm's long-term success. The more customers that connect with your story, the more likely they are to support you, leading to a stronger and more sustainable business. So throughout this presentation, we're going to focus on 6 key questions. And I broke it down into this because it makes it more of a conversation, I feel like. It's not just these hard facts. This kind of frames it up into different components. So these are the 6 questions. So the first one we're going to talk about, and I'm
Hey,
glad
Crystal.
that, yep.
Crystal, can you hear me, darling? You're doing so amazing. This is Kylie, by the way. How are you?
Hi, Kylie.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but on our screen here, we see your presenter view. Is there a way you can make it a bit larger for us?
It shouldn't have been that, but yeah, sure.
Sorry about that.
I don't know why it did that, but
Try
let's.
slideshow from beginning or from current slide. Under display settings, I'm going to hand you to the tech guy.
Hi, Crystal. It's Nathan with Eastern Audio. There you
Hi.
go. You got it. Done. Thank you.
I got it done?
You're good.
I'm good? Perfect. So it's bigger now for everybody? Good to know. Okay. So first we're going to talk about the current market trends that you can avail of. What makes your farm different? Who are you serving? Where does your target market shop? How to connect with your customers, and do you know your numbers? And actually, you all are going to be the first people to receive some new information that I just recently did a survey, and I just got the results earlier this week. And I put some of that information in here. So you all are going to be some of the first to get a sneak peek into a consumer survey that was based in Newfoundland and Labrador. So when we look at market trends, and as I was mentioning, I'm glad that I'm coming after Anne Marie, because Anne Marie talked about a couple great things that I'm kind of going to delve into here a little bit deeper in terms of trends and pricing and all that. So she kind of set me up. So thank you, Anne Marie. Her and Afton, the West Coast counterpart, are some of my closest colleagues when it comes to working together. So some ideas that we get some of our market trends from, and part of my job is to put all this stuff together and to make it kind of digestible for farmers, because a lot of this can be very technical and very logistical heavy and just word heavy. So it's my job to kind of take a lot of these trends and present it in a way that allows farmers to understand so they can avail of it. So I'd spend a lot of my time kind of sitting at lots of tables and contributing to a lot of these reports and listening to the feedback from a lot of these reports so that everyone can avail. So some of the reports that I use is the Nourish 2025 Trend Report. There's something called the Canada's Price Report, which is based out of Dalhousie University. Skew Food, which is more retail and wholesale based, and it's presented by Peter Chapman in Nova Scotia. The Canadian Centre of Food Integrity Public Trust Research, and then InfoHort. So if anyone is on my email listing, you will get price reports, what we call weekly price reports. This is where I get that raw data from, is InfoHort. And that's where I take that data and I mix it up to make it more Newfoundland and Labrador friendly. So those are just some sources and trusted sources. I know there's a lot of noise out there, a lot of information. So I just want to steer you when you're looking up market trends and market research that we look at some trusted sources. So those are just some of the ones that I avail of and that you can get copies of if you're interested. Next, we're going to look at who are you serving. So let's identify your ideal customer. And as I'm going through this, I want you to be thinking about and taking jot notes, hopefully, about who you feel answers, like when I'm going through and asking these questions, that you got a kind of mindset of how to answer these from your business perspective. So keep that in mind as we're going through. So understanding your customer. I know we want to say that we want everybody to be our customer. However, that's not the case. And there's lots of barriers to that and obstacles to that. And part of that is just the amount that we grow at this point. We don't grow enough to supply everybody in this province. So who do you think will buy your product is number one. And I know we want to say we hope it's everybody, but we need to drill it down a little bit more so that you can best serve them with your marketing. Because if you're trying to market to everybody, you're not going to market effectively. And we all know that your time and your money is very, very precious. And we don't want you spending any of that and not be effective with it. So that's what we want you to ask yourself these questions as we're going through. Where do they expect to buy your product? So I want you to picture somebody in your mind and I want you to really dig down deep. So who do you think will buy your product? Where do they expect to buy your product? Is it at the farmer's market? Is it at a farm stand? Is it in the retailer? Is it in restaurants? How many people are there within 30 minutes of your farm? And the reason why I asked that, because that's one of the survey questions that I asked in my survey of how far consumers will drive. And the vast majority, again, a little sneak peek for you all, is the vast majority said that they would travel 20 to 30 minutes from their home in order to access local. So when you're really thinking about your customers, think about, are they families? Are they college students? Are they working professionals? Are they tourists? And then how far is your nearest national grocery store? I know we might feel that other local farmers are our competition. I want you to switch that mindset and that we're all working towards the same goal, and that is feeding Newfoundlanders and Labradorians and those visiting our beautiful province. So we want to look at how far is the nearest national grocery store, just for the simple fact that that is one of the highest, if not, it is the highest access point for food in general. So you want to have a sense of where they are and how you can stand out when they have such variety and quantity within their stores. And what draw do you have, or the community that you have for visitors? And the reason why we ask that is because Newfoundland and Labrador farms are in every nook and cranny in the province. They are not necessarily on the Trans-Canada Highway. Some are very lucky to have that location. But a lot of farms are in all these little nooks and crannies. So if you have a farm market and you're wanting to drive people to you, you really need to communicate with your customers how you are going to fill up their afternoon, how you're going to make it worth their while, quote unquote, to come out to your farm. So what draw do you have? Is it that you have a petting zoo? Is it that you have hay rides? Do you have workshops? Are you teaching somebody how to blanch or preserve? Or is there something else in the area that's the draw that you can just piggyback off of? So is there a great landmark in your community that you can stick up brochures or have something there, or maybe do like a little table in front of every once in a while to help get your name out? So let's get to know your audience a little bit. So again, when you're picturing your ideal customer, we need to have what we call market intelligence. So demographics, location and age, household income, psychographics, so that's more about their personalities, norms and values, and diets. And this has become a big thing in the last 10 to 15 years with everything from paleo to keto, intermittent fasting, all that good stuff. So understanding what your customer is going through on a day-to-day basis when it comes to food is interesting to know. So where will we get such information? Well, you're already gathering it. If you're doing direct marketing or you're dealing directly with your customers, you're learning a lot about your customers just with your personal interactions. Also, if you have any type of social media, there's a lot of built-in online analytics in the background of your social media, whether it's Instagram or Facebook or whatever. You can get a lot of information there about who you're hitting and what target groups you're not hitting. So you can decide whether you want to hit the ones that are already there and try to get them to purchase more often or bigger quantities when they do purchase, or if you are able to identify a group that you're not quite hitting, and then you can try to do some advertisements or some promotion that would allow you to capture some of that market share. Government has something called community accounts. If you haven't checked it out, I would recommend that you do. It breaks down communities, it breaks down average income, it gives you a lot of that information that we're talking about here in the previous slide. So community accounts is something that you can go in, you can look at the region that you're working in, just the community, and so on. You can rely on surveys. You can either do your own surveys if you have social media or a newsletter or anything like that. Or, like I said, we just got our results back. So we did a survey just before the tariffs came into effect, which I think is going to be very interesting because it's going to be more authentic than everyone's acting very reactive right now. And it's great that there's a big push on local, but this survey will kind of give an idea on the attitudes prior to the tariffs. So we just got that this week, and I'll be doing a full presentation on that in a few weeks. But that is going to be the first time in a long time that we've actually talked directly to consumers and asked 3 important group of questions. And it was attitudes towards local, awareness of local, and access to local. So we were really able to ask them where they're accessing, what's important to them. Is it taste? Is it organic? Is it labeling? Is it price? We asked all those questions. So hopefully you'll stay tuned and you'll get some of those results in the coming weeks. And then you can do your own polls in terms of on your social media. Next, what makes your farm different? So we're going to talk a little bit, and again, I'm hoping you're taking notes as we ask all these questions on, so that when you walk away from this, you kind of already have a starting document that's really going to help you going forward into this next season. So what makes your farm different? We're going to talk about competitive advantage, your brand story, and how to make that appealing to your customers. So what is competitive advantage? So what makes your farm stand out from the rest? It could be your product quality. It could be cost leadership, as we call it. So providing value without sacrificing quality. Innovation. Are you doing something different? Are you growing in a different way? That's really interesting. Have you been around for a long time, or has your farm or has your family been involved in farms for a long time? So there's some brand recognition there that allows the building of trust and recognition over the years. Market access. So are you reaching the right customers in the right place? Again, are you where your ideal customer is? Building those customer relationships, creating loyal long-term partnerships, and you're going to see how that will benefit you as we go through this presentation. So the key question I want you to ask yourself is, what makes your farm unique? And I'm going to give you a tool to help that. So whenever you do a business plan, and a lot of times you're going to do what's called a SWOT analysis. So strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, sorry. So your strengths and your weaknesses are internal to your organization. Opportunities and threats are outside of your organization. So with strength, so it's like, what does your farm excel at? Is it doing organic? Is it got a superior product quality versus what's imported? Is it a different variety? What is your strength? What are you the proudest of? And you will bang your chest in front of, you'll stand on a mountaintop and scream out, we do this, we have this, we're proud of this. What are your strengths? Your weaknesses, and we all have them. Where does your farm fall behind? Do you have limited distribution? Are you working with outdated technology? Is your market access not as high as some of your competitors? So really being real and authentic to what the weaknesses are. The threats, what external factors could hinder your farm's success? Of course, we see fluctuating commodity prices, new regulations, food safety policies, Safe Food for Canadian Act, labeling, all that sort of stuff is all threat. And opportunities is what is kind of happening right now. I know everyone is very terrified of the tariffs and all of that, but it's also an opportunity for local, because we'll never see the demand for local higher than we are going to see in this current environment. So what market trends or niches can you capitalize on? Of course, we have the growing demand for sustainable products. We have institutions that are very interested. The health authority, the schools are asking more than ever for more local. And then the tourism sector, we've done a lot of work there, but there's still a lot of room. So once you are able to identify your competitive advantage and really start to build up your brand and your brand story, I'm going to ask you a question. Does branding even matter? We want you to take those questions that we've been asking you. We want to know where you're going to market, who you're going to market to, and what are you going to market, which is what makes you special. But does branding even matter? Do we just grow it and people will come? From my perspective, no. And this is one of the things that will show that. So this is the first time anybody has seen this chart. Again, it's part of the survey that I've already mentioned. So please indicate if the following factors influence whether you purchase a particular agricultural product. 632 people versus 224 show that labeling showing the location of where the product comes from is very important and an influence on how they go about buying agricultural products. They are taking the time to read the label. So, how do we take advantage of that? Well, we're going to create a brand identity. We're going to create a strong farm name, and we're going to have a logo. We're going to choose a name that reflects your values and your products if you're looking for ideas. You're going to design a recognizable and professional logo. And at the end of this, I'm going to give you a whole list of different apps and websites that you can use that can help you with some of this stuff so that you're not so overwhelmed. And I'm here at any time to help any farmers with stuff. I've designed a number of logos that you are probably familiar with in this province, and I'm very proud of them. So developing a brand story that tells your story and competitive advantage. So we've gone through all the previous slides. We've asked the questions. Here's a few more that kind of get you thinking about your brand story. Why did you start farming? And what are your farming practices and your values? One thing that I would really, really push when it comes to having a brand is have consistent messaging across all your platforms. So your signage should match your website, should match your social media, should match your signage, should match your package, so on and so forth. It needs to be consistent because that is how you build up that awareness with your customer and how they will be able to identify exactly what is yours. Something we've been talking about more and more to try to help farmers kind of encapsulate everything when it comes to their brand is to create something called a brand guide. So it kind of puts everything together, very much like your business plan. This is kind of like taking your marketing plan and a little bit different, and it's just about your brand and how you're going to promote yourself. So it takes into account your competitive advantage, and you're going to develop a compelling brand story. Again, we're talking about consistency, and much like a business plan, it's a living, breathing reference document. So I can do an entire presentation just on what's included in a brand guide and how to go about it. But you all will get a copy of this presentation. So this will give you kind of some key ideas on what we're looking for when it comes to a brand guide. The great thing about this is that if you're lucky enough, say, to get a summer student and you want them to be able to help you with their social media because they're social media savvy, you can hand them this document and be like, this is what we're looking for. This is how we speak to our customer. This is what we want to tell our customers. This is how we want to communicate with them. And it gives them the sense that they can take and run with it. So we definitely want to have a brand statement or a mission statement, and of course the brand story that we've already talked about. Your logo, and then from your logo, you'll pull out your color palette. So the colors that represent your farm should be, again, in the logo, in a number of your ads, so on. Your typography, so that's even down to your font is included in the brand guide. Are you wanting to be more educational? Is your idea to educate those about farming and about sustainable practices, or are you more family friendly? Even the type of font that you use will give different impressions to your customers. Your voice and tone, again, very much, you want to make sure, like you said, you're not using prolific language, you're talking appropriately, and all that good stuff. So definitely having a brand voice that aligns with what it is you're trying to communicate. Some of your key messages, your posting styles, some of the hashtags that you like to be tied to, whether it's NL Food or young farmers, whatever it is, having a list. Again, the reason why you put a little bit of work into this now is that when you are in the busy season, at least you have something that you can go in and copy and paste from on those days that is just really, really busy and you just feel like you need to post something. So next, where does your target market shop? And do you have the capacity to serve where they are? So we're going to talk about infrastructure, logistics, and food safety very quickly. If you need any help when it comes to food safety, Leona Raymond is everything food safety, and I cannot sing her praises enough when it comes to knowing and providing that support and that training for farmers. So you need to understand your capacity. What is your production level? So are you able to consistently supply the chosen markets? Retail and wholesale is a big one there. They will grade you every time you deliver to them, if it's on time, spoilage, all that. So do you have the production level to be able to serve that to serve that market, or if you're looking to get into the restaurant market, how many restaurants can you effectively take on, and understanding that you have limits. Infrastructure, warehouse space, cooling facilities, and packing stations. Again, each one of our different market channels that we're going to get into have different rules and regulations about that. There are certain times of the year that the market gets saturated when it comes to retail and wholesale, and the prices just bottom out. PEI is about 2 weeks ahead of us. So if they have a great crop or a bumper crop and it comes in here, it plummets the price that wholesalers or retailers will offer to producers, unfortunately. So do you have the capability to hold on to that for when prices rebound? Do you have the facilities that allows you to enter some of these markets? Logistics and distribution. So what delivery systems can you avail of? What's your fleet size? Supply chain management. Again, if you're wanting to get into the retailers, if you're wanting to have your own cooler vehicle and you want to go to Marystown or Clarenville or wherever every couple weeks, do you have the systems and the logistics to be able to do that properly? Do you have the resources? So the human resources and also the financial resources we want to consider there. So human resource, do you have staff that you can send to St. John's Farmers Market every Saturday? Or do you need to be there, and can you be away from the farm on that day? Those are some questions that I want you to consider. Food safety, so adherence to food safety protocols and certification, Canada GAP, HACCP if you're doing secondary process. So a lot of these institutions, retailers, and wholesalers like Dominion and Sobeys require Canada GAP and require certain schedules of Canada GAP. So do you have the capacity to put that in place in your business in order for you to be able to enter those markets? So here are all the market channels that we consider in this province. So I'm just going to run down them through really, really quickly. Again, this is a presentation all on its own. So when it comes to direct marketing, which 97% of our farmers do, this is what we see. We see community supported agriculture, or CSAs. So these are your weekly boxes. I have a lot of farms that are doing CSAs now, and they're promoting them now. So they're out there. So even though it's winter and there's 9 feet of snow in front of my house, I have farmers that are online actively promoting this upcoming season and their CSA boxes. We have U-Picks, we have farm markets and farmers markets. I'm just going to explain the difference there. Farm market is an individual farm. Doesn't need to necessarily be on your farm, but it's your individual farm. It's considered a farm market. Farmers market is anything that's by definition, but it doesn't work that necessarily that way in Newfoundland because we don't have enough farmers markets. But farmers markets is supposed to be 51% of perishable goods. So we have St. John's, we have Clarenville, we have Grand Falls, we have some other summer ones, Norris Point, and other areas as well. But those three have physical infrastructure in terms of farmers markets. Culinary and hospitality, so that's your restaurant, your B&Bs, all that, hotels. And then we have the online. So we see some farmers with with their own online stores. I'm not sure who's in the room. I'm not sure who has any of these or none of these or whatever. I'm just going over what the market opportunities are. We do have a food hub. There is one on the west coast here in Corner Brook with a number of pickup locations here. And then there was one on the Killick Coast as well. The person that was running that has recently stepped away from that position. So that was a little bit in flux, but hopefully we'll see it back soon. And then value added. So taking use of your seconds and processing and all that is another direct market and a season extender. From the wholesale retail side of things, we have the wholesalers and national retailers, local retailers, institutions, that's both health and school. Those are opportunities as well, market channels that are looking for local. Long-term care and value added would also fall under here as well. So that one kind of goes between both because you can be selling your value added direct, but you could also enter the wholesale retail market with your value added. So direct marketing, for those that don't know, I think it's pretty straightforward. Involves selling products directly to consumers or to end users without the middleman. Typically, if you're selling direct, there's higher profit margins and there's no intermediaries. And you have the direct interaction with customers, so it allows you to get feedback, but also builds that trust and loyalty. The cons, it does require significant time and effort for marketing and sales and limited reach compared to the other channels because you're only marketing where you are. You're only being able to sell where you are. Versus the wholesale, so involves selling products in bulk to retailers, restaurants, other businesses, institutions, and so on. So the pros here, you have access to a larger customer base without individual sales efforts. It's considered a one-way purchase. So if they purchase 50 sacks of potatoes from you, and if for some reason they don't rotate it properly, they don't put it in proper temperature or anything, and they have any spoilage or anything like that, that's on them. As long as it's within, not affected by your Canada Gap or your traceability, there's no recalls versus them just mishandling it. It's a one-way purchase. That falls on them. Sometimes you can negotiate better prices for bulk orders. So if you're have a lot of a bumper crop and you just want to offload it versus having to individually sell when the market is saturated, you may be able to get some better prices. Cons, typically there's lower profit margins due to the wholesale pricing, so the price per pound might be a little bit lower, but you're able to move a lot more product with less effort, so there's a cost benefit analysis that needs to be done there. You have limited control of your product placement and branding. So again, that's why it's important to have your brand identity, to have your packaging and so on. But you, at this point in the game, we don't have control over exactly how they place it and make sure that the signage is proper, that it says local or near the price or anything like that. And they do require a lot of certifications in order to be able to enter this market. So some just food for thought. Each marketing channel offers unique opportunities and challenges. So you need to assess your resources, your target market, and your business goals to determine the most suitable channels for your operation. I don't recommend putting all your eggs in one basket per se, pun intended. I do like to see farmers that are in a couple different market channels just in case something happens to one of them. They're not completely left out to dry. Understanding the pros and cons can help farmers decide where they want to sell. So again, all these questions and that I've been asking throughout this presentation hopefully will provide you with some clarity as we go through. Remember to adapt and evolve your marketing strategies based on changing consumer preferences and market trends. Again, that's why the trend reports are really great. That's why I think this upcoming survey release is going to be great for that as well. Flexibility, as I just mentioned, flexibility and diversification across multiple channels can help mitigate risks and maximize profits. So if you're looking at your product mix and you're saying, I grow A, B, and C, A and B, I make so much more selling it direct than I do doing wholesale, but C and D, I got a lot of it, don't know how I'm going to sell it all through my little market. If I can put it into a grocery store, that'd be great, and I'm happy with that. So keeping that in mind. Two more areas. So how to connect with customers. We give you a lot of questions to ask and some ideas when it comes to the brand guide, but now I'm going to give you even some more strategies when it comes to online and in person, and even going to provide you with some content ideas. So online marketing strategies, creating a simple website and starting there with your products listed and contact info, just having an online presence. So there's platforms out there that's agriculturally focused, like Local Line, and then there's generic ones like Wix, Squarespace, and WordPress. Include a About Us page, customer testimonials, a blog, recipes, anything like that. Having an online presence. And I'm going to explain why it's important to have that website. You want to leverage social media. So you want to post consistently with high quality images and videos. It doesn't need to be absolutely perfect. It needs to be authentic. And we're going to talk about that as well. So you want to engage with the followers through your comments, through live sessions, sharing behind the scenes farm life and seasonal updates. You want to make a call to action. And what I mean there is that you do not own your social media. Yes, you have the password. Yes, you can go in and do what you want. However, if we learned anything from the TikTok shutdown, I know it only lasted 13 hours, I get that, but the point still remains. You do not own your social media. They can take it away from you. You can lose it. You can be put in Facebook jail, as they call it. The entire platform can shut down, and you lose access to all those customers. You need to have somewhere to send them, whether it's a buying website or just a website in general that just keeps you connected. So using email marketing is another way to engage customers. So once you get them moved over from your social media onto your website, have a newsletter where you can send farm updates, new products, exclusive discounts. So that way if for some reason any of these platforms shut down, you still have a connection with your customers. And online is great. Social media is fantastic. It's a great way to connect, and that's where a lot of our customers are. We just need to send them elsewhere so that we can remain connected and build up that rapport. So how do we engage with them on social media? Here are some ideas on what to post. Farm news, events and releases, farmer profiles, recipes and cooking tips, YouTube videos, gardening tips, food safety tips, industry stats, festivals and events, photos and videos of other farms. If you're doing a pop-up shop, that's great. Throwback Thursday, so if you have some old pictures, if you are on a legacy farm, or a century farm or anything like that, or even if from the very beginning, the first time you stepped on your field and show how far you've come. Follow a Farmer Friday is another great idea. I mean, we're all in this together, so why not highlight another farmer who's active on social media? They might grow things differently than you. They may have an interesting story that you like. They might have been a mentor of yours. They might be in a completely different commodity than you. So those are some ideas there. Oh, so make your content visually appealing. So we want to incorporate some photos, videos, and other visual elements. Again, show behind the scene footage of daily farm operations, landscapes, but also your missteps and your customers enjoying your products. And you can use visuals to reinforce key messages and evoke emotions that resonate with your audience. So again, using a variety, and you are able to use a photo more than once. A lot of people think, well, I used that photo 6 months ago. So use it again. Talk about how far you've come since the last time you used it. Or guess what? The attention span of the consumer now, people online, is so small, they're not going to necessarily remember that you used that photo 6 months ago. But on those days that it's a little bit slower and you're just out taking all these different photos, just have a separate folder on your phone, and just when you need something to post, pull from it. Even if you crop it different to make it look a little bit different, it doesn't need to be this overwhelming thing. Definitely be authentic and transparent. Again, with all this information out there in the world, the producer or the consumers themselves, they are quick to research, they're quick to call you out and on any misinformation. And you are all experts in the field. You are experts in growing food, you're farmers. So helping to educate them and showing them that it's the good, the bad, and the ugly. So it's really key to effective storytelling. So be honest and transparent about your farm's practices, values, and challenges. And even share your stories of how you've overcome obstacles, learn from your mistakes. So here's one example here that I put. So this is an example of a post that I put together. Running a farm isn't always sunshine and perfect harvest. Last season, we struggled with unexpected frost that hurt our crops. But thanks to our loyal customers and some creative problem solving, we made it through. We believe in sharing both the highs and lows of farming because that's what makes it real. Thank you for supporting local farms like ours. It evokes emotions, it's transparency, it's building trust, all those great things. And you don't have to create all the content yourself. There's some great content that's out there. AITC, Agriculture in the Classroom, Newfoundland and Labrador, has amazing content that you can avail of. I don't know if Chelsea or Maureen's in the room. I have no idea, but I sing their praises whether they're there or not. The Young Farmers Forum, I always send people there. They have the new farmer guide. They're putting off great events like this. Other industry associations like the Federation of Agriculture, Sheep Producers Association of Newfoundland and Labrador, more. You can promote other collaborators or other people that you're working with, different news stories, recipes. We have recipes on the Farm Guide website. We have 18, I believe, on there right now. No reason why you can't use them as content on those days that things are just a little busy. Quick copy paste and you're good to go. So some food for thought when it comes to doing online marketing. Again, you want to drive the traffic. So you want to bring them to your farmer's website, and I already explained why. Be aware of sensitive matters, so you got to approach controversial topics very carefully. Uh, you livestock meat producers are that's always a tough one, because there are people that are very opposed to that, and even with commercial farming, there's people opposed to that as well. So you just got to approach controversial topics carefully. Handle negative followers. Not all comments will be positive, so respond professionally and promptly. Commit to consistency, but don't overcommit. Focus on one or two platforms. Again, as I mentioned earlier, you don't want to get into all these different pieces and then you're doing none of them well. Focus on doing one or two really well. Use that brand guide. Again, it'll take a lot of that guesswork out of it. Spelling and grammar matters. Proofread your posts. Errors can hurt your credibility. How many spelling errors are in that sentence that I put in there myself? Post consistently, regular posts build trust and keep your farm top of mind, even if you're off season. You show your seed catalogs, show anything that you're doing to prepare for the upcoming season. Good customer service skills, engage with your audience and respond to messages promptly, and schedule time for engagement. Set aside time each day to post and interact with your followers. Doesn't need to be a lot of time, just needs to be having a cup of coffee, anything like that. Take 5-10 minutes to check in. Now we're going to take you offline. We're going to talk about why face-to-face marketing matters to your farm. People buy from farmers they know and trust. Farmers in general are some of the most trusted people in the world. And there's a reason for that. It's because of this connection and their ability to build relationships that not only turn people first-time buyers, but also into loyal customers. And it helps you stand out in a competitive market. So here's a couple pro tips for you from me. Wear your farm branded gear, your hat, your shirt, your apron for easy recognition on the appropriate outings. Offer samples or freebies to start conversations. I know some people that a beehive, a bee company over here on the West Coast has these little sticks that he's constantly carrying around, even bee stickers. Always have business cards or a magnet with a link or a QR code linking to your website, social media. I've always been a big advocate for magnets because your promotion is where your product lives. If it's just a business card, it might get lost. But if it's a magnet and your food typically is going to be in the fridge or the freezer, so having a magnet that they can put up will allow for that recognition. Create ambassadors. Again, we only have so much time in the run of a day, so why not create some ambassadors and help get the word out that way? So encourage your satisfied customers to refer friends and family to your farm business. Again, you can do promotions with that, or you can just ask them to share or anything like that. So leveraging word of mouth marketing to expand can generate organic growth for your farm. So local tourism operators, local restaurants, your community champions, have them over, do a little fan tour, do a little event for them at the beginning of the season. Let them see what you're doing. And they'll be the first ones to sing your praises when anybody asks them, oh, what's there to do in the area? Or where I'm staying in an Airbnb, I would love to get some local food. Taking it one step further, actual formal collaborations and partnerships. So again, this can expand your reach by tapping into new customer bases versus complementary businesses. Again, if you're a fruit and veg, you can work with a meat producer, or you can work with a restaurant or anything like that. You can collaborate on marketing efforts to increase brand exposure, create a network of support with like-minded businesses. Again, if you're struggling with something from a business point, a financial point, or just logistics, anything like that, they may have some ideas. They might have been through it. So some examples of strong partnerships, as I've already mentioned, restaurants are a great one because they respect and support what it is you do because it's part of what they do. Partnering with other farmers, as I already mentioned, cross promotion with complementary businesses. So again, a bakery, for example, that uses your zucchini in their cakes, or a local brewery using your blueberries, anything like that are some great cross promotion ideas. So leverage each partner's strengths. If one farm has great social media following, let them help promote your products online, but make sure to keep it mutually beneficial. Make sure both parties feel valued and supported. Get involved with your community. So increase brand visibility by being present at local events and festivals. Build connections with potential customers who value local sustainable farming practices. Demonstrate social responsibility by supporting charitable causes and community well-being. So just participating, you can be involved in community events, festivals, but you can have a booth set up. I know we support the Ag Expo, and there's lots of other kind of fall fairs and other events throughout the year. You can give us samples or you can sell directly. You can host workshops or farm tours during the busy tourist season. Or like I said, or even in the off season for seniors to teach them how to preserve or how to cook, or again in the spring doing some gardening, cooking demonstrations. You can work with some of these local chefs or with cooking schools to demonstrate how to use your product. Charitable initiatives or volunteering, or if you just have a passion to be a part of your community and support local food banks and schools, agriculture in the classroom. It's Egg Literacy Month this month. If you haven't signed up with Chelsea to go read in the school, great opportunity. Get out to the schools, introduce yourself to the teachers and to the kids. The kids go home so excited saying they got to meet a farmer today. It's great use of your time. So some food for thought when it comes to all of this. Free promotion, yes, in theory, but time versus money. Time is more precious than money. So community events and word of mouth and social media, all that are low cost with high returns, but it does take your most precious commodity, which is time. It can expand your reach. It does provide education and conversations. It builds loyalty, builds awareness, and drives revenue. And again, I'll say it. Start small, pick one or two community events to get involved. Something that you're already passionate in. I don't want you just going to events just because you feel like you have to. Of course, again, the authenticity. So you're going to want to build from there and get more comfortable, but start with some events that you're already involved in and just step up your presence a little bit, or just be wearing your shirt or your hat or anything like that, to show who it is that you represent. All right, our last section. I know Anne-Marie talked a lot about numbers in her presentation, so I will try to keep this relatively quick. But when it comes to marketing, you need to know your numbers. You need to know your cost of production. So you need to be able to break down your farming costs considering our seasonal challenges, remote delivery costs, all that great stuff. You need to understand what your cost of production is to produce the food. Then you need to understand your break, and that will help you understand your break-even point. And then you need to understand where fair market value comes in. Well, so what are the price points for local products, and how do you compete with imported goods? So the information that I provide in the weekly market report will help you with some of that information on fair market value and how that compares to your cost of production. So your cost of production is the actual production of your goods. Your break even is when you take not only your cost of production, but also keeping the lights on and giving your salary and all that. And then fair market value to see if you can make a profit. There are a lot of ways that you can price your products. Here are the three that we see most. So cost-based pricing, so it's basically taking everything in the total production, the total cost of production, throwing 30% onto it. Why it works, so it ensures costs are covered and you make a profit, but you need to regularly update prices to reflect rising costs. However, if you only focus on just cost base and you're not taking into account what the consumer feels is fair market value and understanding what's happening in the market, you could be leaving money on the table. Competition-based pricing, so set prices based on what competitors charge. It keeps you competitive in the market. However, don't just match prices, highlight your farm's unique qualities. Again, if you're comparing yourself, if you're doing everything by hand and you're comparing your prices to somebody that has a lot of automation, your cost of production is going to be very, very different. So if you're basing it on that and solely what they're getting, you might not be covering all your costs. So that needs to be considered. Lastly, customer-based pricing, so or value-based. So prices based on the perceived value of your products. So you charge a premium for quality, sustainability, uniqueness, local. But you have to take the time to clearly communicate what it is that value if you are a little bit higher in the marketplace, or just why because there's this perception that if it's local that it should be cheaper, but we need to educate them on all the inputs that we have to bring in. We have to pay all the transportation, all that. So yes, it's fresher. So focus more on how it was just picked that morning versus spending 2 weeks on a truck. So food for thought here is pricing isn't just about numbers, it's about strategy. So understanding your cost, the competition, and what your customer truly values can give you a strong edge. So consider using a combination of these and don't be afraid to adjust as market conditions change. I've had farmers that they've been charging the same price for 20 years and they've probably been losing money for the last 15 and trying to understand why, and scared that if they raise their prices just a little bit to cover their costs, that all their customers are going to run away. If you communicate and you have that relationship with your customer and you explain to them why you need to adjust your prices, they're much more likely to stay. They'll support you regardless. So when pricing, always keep in mind your business goals. So are you aiming for volume? So are you just wanting to do wholesale and you just want to grow it and get it at the door and be done with it? Or are you looking for those premium customers, those tourists, or people that are really going to need the conversations and your time, but are going to be willing to pay a premium? So knowing your farm's objectives will help guide your pricing decisions. Again, we're going to come back to your brand story, your competitive advantage to ensure sustainability and profitability in the long run. And that's what we want. We want all of you to be successful, not for today, not for tomorrow, but for years down the road of the next generations. Okay, as promised, here is a listing of some marketing tools that I always recommend using some of these. So for graphic design, Canva is amazing. Adobe Stock also has some great stuff there. Canva is great for designing pretty much anything. AI, it's going to take us all out in about 5 to 10 years, but right now it's a little bit useful. So ChatGPT, if you're looking for ideas on what to post and how to frame it, you can go in there and type in, create a Facebook post that says this and this. It will give you a backbone. Again, I still recommend being authentic and creating your own voice, but it may just give you a backbone that you can then just add your voice to, and that for those days that you're stuck and you're overwhelmed and you're like, I don't know what to post, just type in your idea. Google Suite is always great. Drive, alerts, analytics, forms, because it's all online. It's where your phone is. So if you're out and about and you forgot to post, your photos are right there. For example, there's analytics, your forms. If you have an order form on there and you meet a customer, you can go ahead and email them the order form right then and there. All great. Photo editing, video editing, scheduling apps. Again, if you're better at night, if your brain is more creative at night and you want to put up a few posts, you want to set yourself up for the week, there are different scheduling apps that you can use, that you can have all your posts kind of pre-planned. Sorry. The only thing that I recommend there is if something in the world changes and your posts are no longer appropriate to what's happening and you need to read the room, you will have to go in and delete it or adjust it, but it can be a good way. There's lots of great training with HubSpot that you can do from a marketing, especially with social media. Meta Business Suite, which is the backbone of Facebook. They used to call it Business or just Facebook, but it's Meta is now Facebook. You can go in there. You can see a lot of the analytics of where your customer lives, their age, their gender, all kinds of stuff like that. Website builders, I've already mentioned that. Content creation, email marketing, and one that I like to use is called HishHash. So it's an app that allows you to go in and save numerous hashtags, and then those times when you want to post and you're trying to remember it all, you go in there, you hit copy, you pull it out, and you put it on your post. So how can we continue to support you after today and all the questions that you might have? There's access to me and my expertise and assistance with my network. Just for example, earlier this week, or no, last week, Big Feed Club wanted to get more local. So while I can't give out your information to them, they were willing to give their information to me. I sent out an email blast to everybody that's on my list, and they were able to network. And they have 4 new producers that are going onto their website next week for Big Feet Club, and they have a net. They are able to ship province-wide local products, so that was great. Access to reports, different databases, weekly market reports, one-on-one support. Again, I've done everything from logo creation to websites, photo shoots, and everything in between. The upcoming survey that I've mentioned a few times, I'm excited to get that out. The Farm Guide website, which is something that I help run, which is a listing of farms across the province. You have to give permission. It's free to be a part of. But we are continuing to build that. Hopefully, we'll have some new components to it. Right now, we have harvest charts on there, we have recipes, and farmer listings. The Young Farmers Forum, Lisa and Mark, they have a great new farmer guide 3.0. My contact information is in there, along with all the other kind of experts and officers with the department. And I always try to promote their industry opportunity sessions that they've done over the years as well. So, just to sum it all up, marketing is not just a tool. It's a vital part of your farm's story and its future. Create connections, build trust, showcase the unique value your farm brings, and you will build quite a loyal customer base. So let's help you create some visibility, drive some sales, and ensure your farm's long-term growth and sustainability. We want you all who are young farmers and just getting into this to be our mentors and our leaders 10, 15, 20 years from now. So no matter how you choose to market, and I know I threw a lot at you, marketing helps you stand out, share your passion, and build lasting relationships. The next step for you now is to take action. Remember, start small, be consistent, and watch how your marketing efforts transfer your farm into a thriving business with a loyal customer base. So let's get started and grow together. Here's all my contact information. Feel free to reach out to me at any point in time. And if for some reason you can't get a hold of me, Mark and Lisa know how to get a hold of me as well. So with that, I am done. So I will stop sharing. Thank you. I don't know if there's time for Q&A.
I have one question, Crystal. This is Kylie again.
No.
That was please, come on, man. That was an amazing presentation, wonderful information as always. I just had a question because I've had a few farmers approach me already asking about the provincial government has come out with a sticker, right? So this NL Proud sticker. I saw it during Ag Day. It looked like a yellow background sticker. But some people are asking if they wanted to print this or order these or get these, where they might be able to.
That sticker, that program is not with us. That was not, so that is what the Department of Industry, Energy and Technology. There is a link to getting all the brand guide. They do have a brand guide listed with that, and access to all the materials that you would need. I have connections with people that you can get it printed from, but it's not something that I have a pile in my desk that I'm just going to be doing mail outs to producers. It's that's not how the program, at this point in time, that's not how it's been brought to me. The program itself is still, as far as I know, I even asked my counterparts with that department if they had been brought into the loop yet, and they haven't necessarily yet. But I can send a link to where you can access the different materials and go get it printed yourself.
Sorry. When the last minute or two you were frozen, I'm so sorry. Can you repeat what you said?
It's
so
just
nice
that
you got to say it twice.
just that I can send the link and it can be sent out to anybody that wants to print that on their own. It is on their own accord. It is not with us, and even it's with a different department. So I don't have piles of it in my cubicle that I'm just going to be sending out. That
Okay.
hasn't been brought to me at this stage. So what I'm saying there is I can send the link out to the brand guide that they have and how you can use it in accordance to government brand guidelines, but it's not with our department.
Okay, thank you so much, appreciate
You're
that.
welcome.
Anybody else have any questions for Crystal? No? Anybody online have questions for Crystal? We'll just pause for a moment to see. What's your dog's name?
Oh, the one that you see her in the background? Bella.
Bella. Come here, Bella.
Stretching now. She was taking a nap. I bored her. This is my 11-pound assistant. There she is.
Oh. No, that's not the sweetest face in the world. Okay, thank you, Crystal. It looks like we don't have any more questions for you, so we want to give you a round of applause and thank you so much for joining us.
You're very welcome.
So as I mentioned earlier, the Farm Walk series is a new series we started. We just started shooting it this summer. And our first video we shot with Matt Morey of Heritage Farm. He's here today. He's going to be on the panel. And the second video was shot with Jonathan Holloway and Krista Chapman as part of the mentorship program. They're both based in Lethbridge. Krista is mentoring Jonathan. So if we can get the slide up. All right.
My name is Matt Morey, and I'm a fourth-generation sheep farmer here in St. John's. I grew up on this sheep farm that we're stood on here now. What I love about farming, it does pair well with a busy or full lifestyle. Not all careers give you an opportunity to work with your hands and the outdoors. A lot do.
It ain't 'cause of these boots. I'm sticking out like a damn sore thumb. Anytime I'm anywhere but where I'm from. Why can't city lights just feel like home? I'll tell you if you really want to know. Why I gotta watch the sunrise, job ain't ever done till it's done.
Farming, there's a certain sense of freedom associated with it as well. My favorite part would be end product, seeing your produce, or the land hits the market, or those fresh eggs when you drop them off for delivery, or when the customer comes to your farm and picks them up. And that 5-minute conversation, chit chat, that to me that would be my favorite part of it.
You ask me why you're the way you are. I grew up on a farm.
Young farmers in Newfoundland now do have quite a few great opportunities through a plethora of programs and incentives, some of which I have taken advantage of. If you're a young farmer now in Newfoundland, there's lots of great committees and stuff that you can be a part of, like-minded individuals, and then quite a few financial supports available to young farmers through PAP and SCAP. Big plans for the future, hopefully, for my operation in particular. So right now we're in the process of building a large livestock warehouse facility just a few minutes from here, which will allow pretty rapid expansion of our breeding group. So I'd like to see us hover around 100 ewes in the not too distant future. That's where I would like to see it go, just to try to meet some more demand. It's just not work. I don't know how else to put it. To me, it's what I look forward to doing after work.
I still be saying amen, just to be away from a best friend. Why I gotta toss a line when I see you late, and why I'm always praying for rain. You ask me why you're the way you are, and why I'm always thanking all my lucky stars. I grew up on a farm.
Hi, my name is Krista Chapman, and we are now standing in a potato field on 3 Mile Ridge. And I have been farming since 2007, but I was born and raised on this farm I now operate. Farming was part of my blood and what we do, and it became second nature.
Boots, I'm sticking out like a damn sore thumb. Anytime I'm anywhere but where I'm from. Why can't city lights just feel like home? I'll tell you if you really want to know. Why
I want it to help pass on the knowledge that I have gained through mistakes that I've made and the fact that I grew up on a farm, so I've seen it my whole life.
My name is Jonathan Holloway. I live in Lethbridge, Newfoundland. And we started 3 years ago as a homestead, and this is our first year trying to make a farm. Krista is the only reason I am where I am today. We wouldn't have never got this far without her. Oh, it's marvelous. Krista is amazing. She's so helpful. She's got so much knowledge inside of her head. It's unbelievable. I reached out to her and asked her for help one day, and basically she suggested that I join up with NL Young Farmers and apply to get in for the mentorship program.
Yeah, I'm mentoring Jonathan Holloway with Mosquito Cove Farm. He's out in Lethbridge. He started contacting me through Facebook, wondering like what's going on with his plant, what can he do about this, what's happening here. So he had a lot of questions, and I got the answers.
I tell you what makes me cry about a steel guitar, and why I gotta work so hard, why I'm always saying amen, just to be away from a best friend, why I gotta toss a line when I see a lake, and why I'm always praying for rain. You ask me why you are the way you are. I grew up on a farm.
Every farmer and every situation is different, so you have to learn what your land can do.
With NL Young Farmers, the resources is there. All you got to do is reach out and ask. Reach out to NL Young Farmers, reach out for a mentor. If you can find the land, utilize it, you'll get it to work, just don't give up.
Passing on that knowledge to him has been wonderful. I love doing it. And he's like a sponge. He's absorbing it all, and he's growing food. Reach out to Young Farmers. They have a multitude of resources. It's free to be a member. Go to the meetings, do the networking. Don't be afraid to reach out. Plant the seed.
You ask me why you are the way you are, and why I'm always thanking all my lucky stars. I grew up on a farm.
Okay, so, yeah, we'll be releasing those, like I mentioned, publicly, and if anybody wants to be considered for a video down the road, you can get in touch, or we'll be reaching out. Yeah. Yeah, of course, we're going to start our Young Farmer panel now. Thanks for joining us, Anita. So.
I just came off a call from Women in Ag.
Oh, is that right?
So that any women in the room, we're looking for memberships.
Okay, yep. Yeah, reach out to Women in Ag for like women farmers. They're a new organization. They're seeking new members, so can get in touch with Anita or reach out to the organization itself. They recently started a social media page too, right? They're on Facebook. Yeah. Speaking of our mentorship program, Alex King is on our Young Farmer panel. She's just up here. She's being mentored by Anita, Gerard, and Jerry Walsh at Windy Heights Farm. Matt Morey is going to be on our panel. He was obviously just featured in our video. And Heather Zarell from Vinland Acres Forest Farm and Data Farms. And Aaron Rogers is going to moderate the panel. So we'll just get set up here now and start that conversation.
All right. Hello, everybody. I believe that we're going to do a pass the mic type thing for the folks online. And so my name is Aaron Rogers, and I'll be moderating today. We want to try and leave as much time as possible for audience Q&A. So first off, first question. We're going to abide by the questions, I was told. And then I may throw through a few curveballs in there every once in a while. So sorry, Alex. Give me a couple minutes tell us a bit about yourself and your farm. So, and Matt, it's got to be different than what we just watched on that cool movie. So we'll start with, who wants to go first? Which way? All right, Matt, go for it.
Grab the mic there, right? Oh, sorry. Is this on? Hello? Okay, cool. So my name is Matt Morey, and I'm a fourth generation sheep farmer here in St. John's. got a growing operation, I guess. We're in a bit of a transitional stage now, but keep about 40 to 50 breeding ewes. And our main production is sheep and lamb, but we do dabble in quite a bit of poultry, turkey, meat chickens, egg layers, and then your non-producing animals like ponies and hay burners, as Dad likes to call them. But yeah.
Hi, I'm Heather Zarell. I'm actually very new to farming. I grew up in the city and like being warm and clean and all this. And then I met my now husband, and we are about to enter our 12th growing season together. And we transitioned to commercial farming. We started looking into it probably 4 or 5 years ago, and this year, 2025, will be our 3rd season with commercial crops in the ground. So it's been pretty exciting. It turns out I love it, which is great. And yeah, it's been pretty crazy setting up everything from the ground up. Very intimidating at first, but you know, we visited a lot of farms around the island and asked 1,000 questions at least, and you know, it's coming together. It's really cool. So that's where we are now.
My name is Alex King. I'm from Portugal Cove, St. Phillips. Before this, I had an 8-year-long career in veterinary medicine in an emerge and specialty hospital. A little bit about Rainbow Ridge. It's located in Hare Bay, which is kind of close to Gander in Central. And it was established by my pop in 1977, and it's a 50-acre property.
All right. And let's ask the second part about that. Why did you become interested in farming?
Well, for me, it came pretty naturally. I grew up on a sheep operation, so I did have a choice. It wasn't forced upon me too strongly, although child labor is a thing. But no, I really enjoyed growing up on a sheep farm and farming in general. And I've worked on several farms outside of my own, so you know, it's a passion of mine that, you know, there's also a great business case there. And a few things just happen to fall into place, and, you know, we seem to be growing.
Yeah, so I guess, long story short, I married a farmer, and that's how I got into it. But really, I think my interest in it started a very long time ago. When I was a teenager, I was really lucky. I got to go to this vet camp at UPEI, and I spent a week kind of all kinds of cool stuff, touring the farms, touring the school. And I completely fell in love with it, and I wanted to be, and the type of vet I wanted to be was like to specialize in agriculture. I thought it was the coolest thing. And my parents are like, what are you talking about? Like, you're a city person. You would hate this. You don't like being up in the middle of the night, working on weekends. And I was like, yeah, you know what? You're probably right. And didn't really think much of it for many, many years. And then when I met my husband, he was very into growing, like gardening. And so we've been growing crops in our backyard ever since that first summer. And it grew from there. So yeah, that's how I got into growing food.
So I'm actually a brand new entrant into farming. I've always had a bit of an interest in farming, and that's mainly from my grandparents. Both sets were involved in farming in some capacity. One set would grow root veggies, and they used to raise goats, and then the other set also grew root veggies and raised horses. But I was aware of my pop's agriculture lease out in Hare Bay, and I knew that it was expiring soon. So I started wondering, you know, what's going to happen to his house, what's going to happen to his property, because they still live on the property. So I started looking into it more seriously throughout the past year. And yeah, just starting to really get into it and see what I can really do out there to get it up and going again.
And what's an opportunity that you've experienced so far, or that you kind of see going forward? With specific to like your own kind of, your own farm.
Ties in well with your presentation. 1%, I mean, that's an incredible number, scary number. And now 13% overall in terms of self-sufficiency, but the market is endless. Like I know we talk about competition sometimes, but if there is effectively no competition for produce and protein products here on the island, so it seems. So the opportunities are endless, depending on what way you want to take it. And there's as I mentioned in my thing, there is quite a few programs out there if you want to avail of that. If you want to go to that next level, and if you want to stay as is, that's perfectly fine as well. But yeah.
Heather, how about you?
I think very similar. Also, kind of drawing on your presentation, the access to the market, and I think it's especially an advantage here on the Avalon Peninsula because it's where half the population is, but there's very little farming happening in this area of the province. So transportation is a challenge, and cold storage is a challenge in the west part of the province. But here, we just can't get it out of the ground and get it to the restaurants fast enough. So that's been, there's always going to be challenges starting any business, but we were pretty blown away with, or I was at least, how much effort and time it takes to produce, say, that 2,000 pounds of food, enough to feed just one person, and how much it cost us, how much we made from it. It really opens your eyes to how much more we need to be able to produce here, and we can, how many of us do we need, to get Cisco out of here before we have to start competing with each other?
Yeah, I mean, to echo that again, I was made aware of how fragile our food systems are here and just how much we do source out of province food. So I do care about, helping on that front. But I haven't really actually started farming yet. I'm kind of still in the planning stages. So a lot of my opportunities have come from the people that I've been really fortunate to meet and become acquainted with, like Lisa and Mark with the NL Young Farmers, and my wonderful mentor, Anita from Windy Heights, and Gerard and Jerry. And I definitely like to shout out Kyle as well. He is one of the founders of the Eco Village, the Killick Eco Village, and he's been a phenomenal help as well.
Excellent. What do you see as kind of a threat going forward? Kind of something either that you've experienced that's like a big risk, or a challenge, kind of threat specific to your business?
So I guess specific to my business, I'm in the sheep business, so predation is the big one for us now, and our association, we're exploring some avenues to mitigate that risk, but secure pasture for us is one of the biggest roadblocks into the sheep industry. I know each industry has its own set of challenges, but if you look at terrain, you won't find a better terrain for sheep than Newfoundland and Labrador. But the reality is that you can put as many sheep on the pasture as you want. If the coyotes are eating them, it's kind of moot. But that's just specific to sheep. And I know fruit and veg has its own, and poultry have their own with avian flu and all these other risks that keep coming at us, and tariffs and fuel prices, but it's not all doom and gloom. But you did ask what the challenges were. So.
I think some of the things that I'm most concerned about with starting and growing the farm business here is it has to do with taxes, tariffs, the carbon tax, and just the effect of living on an island and having to transport every single one of our inputs. And the carbon tax gets piled on every time you move that somewhere. all across the island. And, you know, that's our own government putting financial barriers in place that is making it harder and more expensive for us to feed people. And, you know, I fear what else is coming in the future. You know, we know carbon tax probably isn't going away. We know tariffs are being added on. Like, what else are they going to do to us to make it harder? That's something that stresses me out and is particularly acute right now, I think, with the tariffs. But yeah, carbon taxes, all kinds of taxes, freaks me out. Makes it hard to budget, right?
Yeah.
Like, what do all our quotes mean in our applications now?
It's always hard.
Yeah.
The quote thing is always hard. Yeah.
That's fair.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely relate with concerns with taxes and tariffs and everything moving forward. But one challenge that I kind of face in regards to planning out the farm is that I actually don't live on the property. And there's quite a distance between me and the property. So I live in Port Cove, St. Phillips, and the property is located in Hare Bay, which is roughly a 3-hour drive. My grandfather and grandmother still live on the property, and although he can still run circles around me, and he's more than happy to help and excited to help, he's pushing 80 years old, so I'm also very conscious of the workload that I'm putting on his plate. So to kind of combat those issues, I'm kind of planning in a way that's more focusing on permaculture and food forest systems instead of doing the traditional row crops and like massive greenhouses and livestock and stuff like that.
All right. What, if you were to like kind of try and identify a strength that, and a weakness, right? We'll do one of each. Strength and a weakness in your business that you have with your business, right? Either of your business or you personally, that is something maybe that we wouldn't necessarily recognize, right? What would it be? This is the curveball. This wasn't on the list.
A strength for me, or for me in my business, is that, as you know, the video alluded to, I am 4th generation, so I have a unique advantage of having, you know, 150 collective years experience in sheep. So, and anyone that's worked with sheep know that, you know, they are born with a strong will to die. So, you know, you could spend several lifetimes with sheep and still not even come close to knowing everything. But like I said, having, you know, people in your back pocket there that know the industry quite well. Weaknesses for me in my business, you know, similar to most challenges, growth. It's kind of more expensive than ever for land, you know, in North America. Cut back 100 years ago, you know, you can carve off a piece of property and I own this now, you know what I mean? So the inputs now are significantly higher, and there's a lot of barriers to entry with food security, not discounting those because we absolutely need them, but you know, it's more difficult to create that profitability case with ag, you know, these days versus 100 years ago.
Okay, that is a bit of a tricky question. I certainly don't have 150 years of combined experience, my goodness. But I think something that actually my husband and I have that is an advantage is our career backgrounds before we got into agriculture. He has a degree in digital marketing, social media, advertising, all that stuff. So that's been incredibly important for promoting the business. And he also worked for many years in fine dining, serving, bartending, and that's where, you know, we form most of our connections with our current customers. And then my background is quite unusual. I have a chemistry degree, then I worked in genomic research for most of my career, then I worked in manufacturing for a bit, and now here. So I think that's given me a really kind of cool opportunity and really good background knowledge to be able to understand the soil science and the plant biology, to be able to take in resources and make the best decisions that I can. But at the same time, where I'm new to this, I still feel that I don't know what I don't know. And there isn't a textbook in the world that can tell me that and teach me what it's actually like. So I have a lot more trial and error ahead of me to really figure it out. But yeah.
I guess a strength for me, I would have said my veterinary background if I was going to livestock, but we're not really taking that route. But a strength is that I'm really great at planning, which is coming in handy here. I'm consistent, and I have strength in numbers with the community I'm creating behind me as well. A weakness, I would say, is just my lack of experience at this point. But we're working on that.
I do like listening to, again, this is a pretty, curveball-y kind of question. But ag's kind of one of those funny industries where you can like be really good at what you do, but still not that good with like all the degrees and all the background knowledge there possibly is. But it goes the opposite direction too. Like you can have all this on-ground experience, but if you don't kind of keep updating your knowledge base, and keep thinking like, I got to learn a little bit more chemistry or a little bit more agronomy or biology or something like that, then you can get stuck too, right? So it's like, if you're 120 years old and you never stop learning, you'll be good at this job. Yeah. What advice do you have for people who want to start farming?
You don't need to dive in head first, I guess. No one said that you had to go out and buy a flock of 200 ewes and be the biggest sheep farmer on the Avalon and, see if you like it, because if you don't like it, the math is not going to work. If you do it out per hour, per dollar per hour, if you don't love the industry that you're in, it's just not going to work out. And I hate to be blunt about it, but it is reality. So find the industry that you enjoy spending a lot of time doing, and then get really good at it, and the profitability will fall into place.
Yeah, I think a couple things. One would be not to leave your day job before you really have a good idea of how the farm is operating. Because it takes more time and more money than you think it's going to. But I think another more general career advice, I guess, is know yourself and be honest with yourself. It's not everyone's personality to want to own a business and to run a business and to be responsible not just for your bills, but there's other people whose mortgage payments won't happen, whose car payments won't happen if you can't figure that out. And that kind of lifestyle isn't for everyone. It doesn't mean that agriculture isn't for you and you can't work in the industry and support the industry. Like, I'm a data scientist and I still work in agriculture. So, if you love it, it doesn't mean that you need to own the farm. But, what is it that you love about it, and what can you bring to the table to contribute to the industry? Because, as we saw, there is so much room for our industry to grow from primary production to, I think the next step is to really improve our secondary processing, because most of that, across the board from mining to agriculture and fisheries happens off the island. Mm-hmm. And, we can keep a lot more of our economy and, people making money from our industry here if we do it here.
I guess my advice as a brand new farmer is to start yesterday. Because there is so much more planning than I anticipated. The planning is extensive, especially if you're considering a permaculture route, because that system is, in the name, it's more permanent, so you really kind of want to get it right at the beginning. And just start getting involved like in the community, send out hundreds of emails. That's what I did at first, to everyone I could think of, from grocery stores to all the local farms around my area, and make sure at least one of those emails goes to the NL Young Farmers, because they were massive in catapulting me in. Like, I went from being like, maybe I'll think about it, to being like, oh, I'm involved now. So they're really important as well.
Excellent. And what's a little word of wisdom that you've received from another farmer?
Sheep are born with a strong will to die.
Yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Yeah.
No. I don't know. Don't be afraid to say that you don't know it, right? A day where nothing is learned is a day wasted. And I think that's true in most industries, but as you alluded to, I mean, you could spend a lifetime and not even scrape the surface. So be open to trying new things. This is the way we've always done it is a very dangerous statement, and my family loves to say it. Sometimes, this is how we've done it for 50 years, and I'm not discounting that, and it has worked. But don't be necessarily afraid to try new things either, and just be open and permanent education.
Yeah, so there's something I heard at the conference last month, the AGM. I don't even remember who said it, but they said you need to earn no-till. And that kind of stuck with me, because I think there's a lot of focus and a lot of people are talking about sustainable methods and regenerative methods. But, if you're starting from scratch, or if you're starting from lands that had been farmed in traditional methods, you can't just not till it ever again, or, contribute to it and add to it and still expect that land to produce for you. I think something that I learned, something that my husband says a lot, is you need to grow healthy soil before you can grow good food. And I think understanding the land, understanding the ecosystem and all the different bugs and fungi and weird things that are in the soil, and how they each play a part in contributing to the nutrient availability and the food-giving capacity of the soil. Until you understand that, I don't think it's feasible or kind of economically viable to try to go fully regenerative, no-till, permaculture, and expect to get decent yields. So there's a traditional farming isn't the enemy. It's not evil. It's not bad. It's currently the only way that we can actually feed everyone. It does have its downsides, and we need to move away from it. But I feel like it's not an all or none, and I feel like we can move towards more regenerative methods and to farming more sustainably with small incremental steps, and still preserve yield, still preserve that financial viability of the farm.
A couple things come to mind. When I was just starting, one of the first emails I sent was to Farmer Mike down at the organic farm in Portugal Cove, and he had me over, and he said that no two farms are the same. He said, do the soil samples, do as many as you can, because a farm that's 5 or 10 kilometers away from yours is not going to grow the same as yours. My pop always says, if your seeds don't germinate, you're not going to have a crop. And Anita said that, I was really nervous to do this today. I don't do this kind of stuff. It's the first time I've ever done something like this. So Anita said, just picture the worst thing that could happen, and if you can live with it, then you might as well just do it anyways. So those are my seeds of wisdom.
My dad when I asked him, tried to like some long-winded question about farming and that kind of stuff. And he's a pretty stoic guy, you know, and he goes, Aaron, everybody's got to eat. And that's one that I, you know, that's when it really clicked for me, was that, you know, everyone's got to eat. So, you know, you have endless demand. It's just meeting it. That's the hard part. All right, so that is the end. We're not going to torture Alex any longer. Well, we may a little bit, but that's the end of the questions that we have on this list here. So I think this is an opportunity for Q&A. Does anyone have any like audience questions for the panel here? And yes, Farden.
So my question is, like, I'm Farden. I'm currently a computer science grad student at MON. I came here in Newfoundland in 2023, and I found out that there was a problem of us not having enough produce, right? Growing enough produce, right? And being a computer science student and having an ed tech business back in Bangladesh, I felt like, why not I dive into this ag tech space, right? And while I started doing this, entrepreneurship is a very lonely journey, right? There's no one with you. There's literally no one with you, right? And when I'm doing farming, just like you said, like the same farm, which is like 5 kilometers away from yours, would not yield the same stuff. And that's exactly what's happening with me. Like, I never gardened in my life, and now I'm starting over here, and it's like all overwhelming for me. So my question to you guys is, you guys all had kind of supports in one way or the other, and that's how, even if it's overwhelming, you guys can like parry it through. But what would you suggest towards like new farmers or someone who is actually interested into doing this and not find it too overwhelming so that they have to leave before they can even get their hands dirty?
Good question. Well, I think you're on the right track by, I guess, being here with like-minded individuals as, you know, young farmers. Would also recommend that you get involved with your commodity group. So if you're interested in fruit and veg, I would also encourage you to get involved with those organizations as well. And like I mentioned earlier, you don't need to dive in headfirst necessarily. No, you don't need to get 100 acres and be a commercial farmer immediately. I'm going to plug O'Brien's farm here, but they have plots, you know, for rent for extremely cheap to prove your business case. And for veg, that is what I would probably recommend. As someone that, you know, if you have no infrastructure, you know, it is very sometimes high barrier to entry. If you look at equipment and access to greenhouses and that sort of thing. So, you know, that'd be my recommendation if you're here within the city limits anyways. And I'm sure there's similar programs throughout the province.
So I think as someone who didn't grow up in farming and who learned later, just grow something. Some crops that have like a quite short growing cycle are stuff like lettuce or like some herbs. Just try. And like, yeah, you'll lose some trays. I've killed a lot of plants, but I kill a lot less now compared to in the beginning. So yeah, actually try would be one piece of advice. Beyond, you know, the agriculture industry, there's, you know, TechNL and other kind of tech-based industry organizations that would also be beneficial. But since I started, I just sent a lot of emails and messages to farms and asked if I could visit and ask them questions. And I've been blown away by the generosity, because like you go to farms and they're like, oh, there's so much competition, like buddy over there, he's doing this thing. Anyway, and yet this is everything that I've done that has worked. This is everything that didn't work. Let me show you around. And like 4 hours later, they're like, this is my secret crop. So I think, you know, a lot of them talk about the competition and like, you know, you're on your own, but I haven't really found that. And you know, and we saw from Aaron's presentation just how much more food that we actually need to grow here. And in general, I think most people don't mind seeing a few more farmers locally. Yeah, just ask, and people have been really generous and really helpful.
Yeah, I would say just, you know, take it one step at a time. I find it kind of helpful to like see everything that I need to do and kind of break it down into chunks and then set a time limit for it. Like, I'll do this one this week, I'll do this one this week. I mean, I have been doing this for close to a year. I've been picking at this and I have not put one seed in the ground yet. Like, I thought for sure by this season, I was like, cool, we'll get her going by this season. No, not even close. I mean, I got some bees for the spring, which I'm really excited about. But I mean, it's not a race. It's not like a rush. You know, take your time with it. I know it's really exciting and like you want to get those profits and you want to get something going, but it's a long journey. And like people were mentioning throughout this whole day is your soil health is really important, and even that alone can take a year or more to like get proper soil built, you know. So, and the farming community as well has been like beyond amazing to me. They're not competitive at all. They're just like, here's everything I know. Like, let me show you this. Like, let me show you this. So reach out to people and get a mentorship if you can. That's also really fabulous. But just one step at a time.
As my first year in the mentorship program and having 3 wonderful young farmers here, can I ask you, from your perspective, what would be one thing if you were, because Matt, I don't know if you're in the mentorship program or Heather, but if you were in the mentorship program, is there anything that you would like to see from your mentor farm that would help you to become a farmer?
I've actually recently signed up for the mentorship program, so. Alex? Give me a second.
I mean, I think what we've been doing so far has been really great. So we meet weekly for mentoring sessions, because like that's just where I'm at now. I'm in the planning stages. Maybe business plan stuff could be useful, because that's kind of...
That's so boring. I'm a chartered
I
accountant.
know. It's a necessary evil.
I'm an accountant, so that's okay.
Yeah. But otherwise, yeah, I think it's been going great so far, and it's been extremely helpful. But that's the only thing I can really think of off the top of my head. It's the one thing that feels like a mountain that I need to tackle.
I think so. I found it really helpful to visit other people's farms, but like Alex, you said earlier, like if you take a soil sample from a farm down the road or even from a different area on your own farm, it's going to be quite different. So I think something that would help is if the experienced farmer would actually come to your land and like look at your crops and just, you know, what do you just know from your experience looking at this that we wouldn't? I think that would be helpful. And I mean, everyone's favorite part of farming is obviously financial planning. So, you know, if somebody has succeeded in getting funding to help with some of those infrastructure things, that's what, I don't know, something we're struggling right now. It's a big unknown. You know, we want to invest in the farm. We want to avail of the funding. It's a bit of an intimidating process. So I think like someone who's gone through it and gotten the go ahead, like to look at it and say, okay, no, they don't like when you say that, phrase it like this, and that kind of thing would be really helpful.
Yeah, I I'm not sure if I have much of value to add, to be honest with you, neither, just because I've only joined that program so recently. But I as someone that recently went through that, I guess I can echo that. The programs are great, and it seems like there's this big pot of money, and it's just right there, like within reach. But there's all these little forms they have to fill out, and it can be daunting. Like there are quite a few members of industry that can help you out with government, but it just seems like there is quite a bit of red tape. Let's call it what it is. But if you could just meet with a mentor that's been through that, I promise it's not as bad as it might look at the surface. Their job is to get you the funding. Like, they're not, the gatekeeper. They're on your side of the fence, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
I guess I should add that I think that that's some important information, and so we have been successful in funding, and we really thank the government for that.
Mm-hmm.
But I also want, as farmers, I want us to realize that it goes just beyond just getting that funding dollar. If it helps us reach our goal of becoming self-sustaining and becoming a profitable farm, that's great. But just chasing the dollar, I don't think is the end goal. So, and it's great to have that government funding, but we also got to try and figure out how we're going to do it without that funding, right? So, like, let's not chase the dollar all the time, because we got to try and make it on our own as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And as Anne-Marie mentioned earlier, like, funding should be viewed as a tool to make your farm more self-sufficient, not as, the bank account, we'll say.
Yeah.
Right? So.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyone else? Kyle.
Thanks. I was just curious what your experience has been. I want to talk a little bit about stigma for a moment. In all the research I've done in the last year on farmer wellness and mental health, I haven't been able to find any resource older than the year 2005. And so I'm wondering, is this a very new concept? And are you even noticing that yourselves in this community, that there might be a shift happening with mental health stigma, or is it still very much there? What is your interpretation? What do you hear?
Well, I guess it depends on I'm going to say the age demographic of the farmer. There's this notion, the tough old grizzled farmer, right? They don't get sad, they don't get upset. But I think with the younger generations, they're more in tune with that sort of thing. But yeah, I guess it depends on your industry, and I can speak for sheep, but sometimes you cry out and wonder, what am I doing this for, right? But there's no shame in admitting that, and amongst ourselves in our association or industry, we kind of confide in each other, I guess, a little bit in that respect. Sometimes you cry out, like a producer called me there the winter, or the fall, put 90-something sheep on pasture and lost 70 odd. Like, that's very hard on your mental health, right? And he called me, said, I'm giving it up. This is it. I'm done. So I'm selling off my sheep. Say, come with your trailer and take them all. Talk them off a ledge a little bit, right? And anyways, you end up keeping 15 or something just for name's sake, right? But you can understand his point of view. It's very hard mentally to, I've worked all fall to make my hay. I've bred my sheep, kept them all winter, cared for them daily, multiple times. Went through the lambing process, put them out on pasture in the spring. For what, right? So that is hard mentally, and I'm kind of rambling. I'm not sure I have an answer, but confiding in your peers, like, he was ready to give it up, but after a little chat, okay, well, I'll keep him for one more year, and I'll keep him for one more year, and then all of a sudden he's back into it, right? So.
So I guess in the last few years since I started coming to events and conferences, it's always talked about. It's like, this is important and you need to take care of your mental health. And also, there's things about the industry that make it even more challenging than some other jobs, like you're at the mercy of the environment and kind of the changing weather, and how much you need to invest up front, and then it's many months until you find out whether or not you're actually going to break even that year. And there's a lot of things about this industry that are more stressful than a lot of other jobs. And I've seen some people talk about it, but it's not the same people who are the ones living it. So I think, and I think that's the stigma you're talking about that's playing out, is people tell us it's important. Younger people are talking about it a bit more, but it's hard to get other, people who've been there longer to talk about it. It's hard to find information about it. But on the other hand, information about the physical risks, the occupational health and safety and injuries and all that is very easy to find and talked about a lot. So based on what I've seen over the last couple of years, I think the stigma is still very real. But that the more of us young people get in there, we'll talk about what's going on a lot more openly, I think, than, my parents' generation. So it's improving and will continue to, but I've definitely still seen it, I think.
I definitely think that there is still a bit of a stigma, and like you said, the old grizzled farmer, and not even just farmers, but our older generation in Newfoundland are majorly a rough and tough, I don't get sad type of thing. But I do see a shift happening as well. For example, Anita was on the panel at the symposium, and they talked really well about all sorts of mental health as well. So I think there is a good shift happening. There's progress happening, at the very least, yeah.
I'm so glad to
For
hear
sure.
that. Yeah.
Just something that I've kind of learned. I've been in management for a little bit, 10 years or so, and about 10 years in ag and all. I grew up in it. Is that it's this, a lot of times, with our jobs, when you watch other people do jobs, you're in charge of jobs, or especially, and you see it as an entrepreneur, someone that's in charge of something, is that you kind of exist either, if you spend too much time not working, you get really, really, really nervous, right? There's so many things that you have to do, and it kind of can really freak you out a little bit, and sometimes will just lead to that total paralysis of decision making. And then on the other side of that spectrum, there's I'm not going to stop. I'm going to put in that 11th hour, that 12th hour. There's always something to do. I got to fix this other thing. I got to keep going and fix all this kind of stuff, right? And that just leads to exhaustion, and accidents, right? And sometimes it can, accidents can be funny too, because it's certainly physically dangerous. But sometimes, you can accidentally ruin your marriage. You can accidentally ruin a relationship, right? I was just doing my job. I don't know, why? And so something that I've really tried to implement, I kind of learned this first in management when I had a lot of employees, but I have to kind of tell myself this now too, is to take just a small, specific set of time and just walk away from what you're doing, kind of in your day, and just go kind of find the beauty of it for a minute, right? So, a lot of us get into ag because we kind of have this image in our mind of it's this kind of amazing, beautiful thing, and we get to work with the world's biology and watch it grow and feed people and all these types of things. And then after you're in it for a while, you get you kind of stop seeing the beauty of it. And so just taking that time and just walking away, I'll come here to the farm, I'll just walk up to the farm, I'll just go look at something for 10 minutes sometimes, or just poke around in the soil or something, or just stare at something just to kind of like reorient myself back into why I love to do what I do. That no decision is going to be like overwhelming, right? And that at the same time, like I'm allowing myself to stop working for a few minutes, and it's not the end of the world, right? Everything's going to be there when I get back. All the problems are still there when I get back, but like nothing totally fell apart. And so that's something that I find helps out a lot. And talk to people, again, both in like regular management and in agriculture that kind of said the same thing. Like you got to just walk away for just a little while sometimes and just reorient yourself. And sometimes on a daily basis, it works really well. Any more questions?
So specifically for the O'Brien farm, I can see some possibilities of all the incubator farmers that you have here. Have you ever thought of becoming GAP certified so that all your farmers, if they ran with GAP standard certification and practices, that you would be able to supply stores like Sobeys and because you guys would be able to, because right now in Newfoundland, not many farmers have the land base to have the volume to be able to supply Sobeys and Dominion. So that's a disadvantage for Newfoundland specifically. So in your instance, you've got a lot of small farmers where if they were able to combine their produce and their wares, I think you'd have the capacity to supply those larger chains. Have you ever thought of that? And maybe be nice if you could.
Yeah, I mean, it's certainly opportunity, right? It's an opportunity. I think one of the things that, in my experience with this program and just in general, is that, a lot of entrepreneurship is getting to make decisions on your own, right? And that's where there's a lot of excitement. There's so much learning by that, right? Like someone else makes a decision for you, it doesn't work. Do you learn from it? Maybe a little bit. You like make a mistake, you're like, I've learned from that mistake. Generally, this is kind of what we're supposed to do. So trying to get like 7, 8 entrepreneurs to all agree to anything is probably going to be difficult. But certainly, I think the idea of, in general, just developing cooperatives, whether it's processing. So some of the other places I worked, like down where I used to live down in Mississippi, there was like a couple different blueberry cooperatives. A lot of it's just for processing equipment, right? And because the processing equipment's really, really expensive. So, if you can, again, kind of like get a number of different businesses together just on that bottleneck, like that single bottleneck, and try and solve that. Storage is another one. They were able to buy like a QE, like a quick freeze machine that was like, $1 million kind of machine, right? That none of them would be able to do on their own. And it was a pretty big industry. But that opened up the doors for all of them. And so like that's one of the things that I think provincially there is an opportunity, but it's a ton of management. And you got to like that's the type of thing too where you kind of have to have a lawyer helping drive the conversation, right? Because you want as much written down in a way that is like legally binding when you're talking about different people with different businesses. You've got money at stake, and how they're going to use it and stuff like that. So I think it's a great idea. I definitely do. I know the Newfoundland Federation of Cooperatives, they've got some interest in this to a certain extent, like kind of beginnings and stuff. But, kind of industry specific, there could be I think, a lot of opportunity there to try and solve the bottleneck problems that we have here.
Yeah, that's one thing that I find. See, because I had a farm in Ontario, and that was in farming community, and everybody had like a couple of 100 acres, and we had these great big monocrops, and we had distribution hubs, and we had like logistics were in place. So we don't have the same constraints that we have here in Newfoundland. And here in Newfoundland, we've got small land bases, we don't have the infrastructure, we don't have the hubs. So, and the traditional farmer doesn't have the same willingness to cooperate with other farms just because the way that they've developed their farms. And so like every farmer's got their own hay equipment, every farmer's got their own harvesting equipment, and so there's hundreds of thousands of dollars that's being spent and having to be paid for all this equipment in Newfoundland that you don't see so much on the mainland, because it's been around a lot longer, they share equipment better, right? So the cooperatives, I think, is a real good opportunity for young farmers that are getting into the farming industry. It's something that's really needed that can help leverage you and leverage those small resources that we have that individually don't add up to much, but together, if you all coordinate together and work together, I think that Newfoundland can actually put itself on the map, where right now we're all trying to fight for our own little piece, right? So that's what I've seen.
Anyone else? That's good. All right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, thanks, guys. Thank you.